mag-defend ng Team Finance ang title nila this year! Pero grabe rin ang kalaban nila this year. Malupit ang marketing. Ito na ang team nila. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's your fifth member? Kailangan, ayan na siya! Marketing! Very old and very Ralda!
Now I'm getting serious.
Bro. Uy. Uy, ingat. GG kanina. Thanks sa pag-join sa squad namin.
Anytime.
So, saan ka na niyan?
Sa bahay. Magdedelulo 15 Pro Max.
Huh?
Hindi ko pa alam eh.
Gusto mo mag-coffee sa tapat? Saka, game na rin. Looking for kaduwasan.
About what Silab is. If the ladies could please explain the inspiration behind the name Silab.
So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Is it okay if I won't be using the mic? I think my voice. Oh, we have to. Okay. So yeah, good afternoon, guys. So I was introduced earlier, say with my co-panelists today. So for this, we have created Silab. So from the word itself, Tagalog word itself, Silab, to spark a flame or to ignite something. So we all know that here in the Philippines, we are actually in terms of women esports or representation of women in esports industry, to be exact, is somehow lacking because of the opportunities that we have. So sometimes you have tournaments, yes, from time to time, but at the same time, the continuity isn't there. So us, the ladies with me here today, created a movement that is meant to be that spark, meant to be that light for those women trying to be part of the esports industry. When we say esports industry or representation of women in the esports industry, it's not just as a player. It's not just someone who talks in front of the camera. It's a real empowerment. That is the main idea of Silab. That's why we created this movement with these amazing women who are very who has a lot of accolades in their own industries. So let me introduce, of course, um, uh, well, they have been introduced earlier, but I just want to say that congratulations, Danny. She recently received an award. Actually, that was last night, 2 times for a creative. So she's also the founder and CEO of Overdrive Studios, a Metasports Chief Creative Officer as well, and Miss Zhang Bian, the very beautiful Miss Zhang Bian, a Fantech PH Esports and the PR manager of the brand. And Miss Queen Wasabi Ligadarna, Commissioner and E-Playment Head of Analytics and Creator Connect Director. So the representation that we had for the group is not just having me as a talent, but also those that are excellent or exemplary in the fields that they chose. So hopefully we get to see more of the women be inspired with this type of movement. So for this year as well, part of the roadmap for Silab is the MWI 2024. So for this one, we'll have the tournament format already, or yeah. Also, no. We go back. Sorry. So for this one, we've created, or actually, Danny created the logo, and this has a very beautiful message behind it.
All right. Hello.
Yeah, just to explain more of the brand because I feel like it's important that our movement has a face in it also. So we wanted to create a mark that not only symbolizes where we are in the country. Now we want to also spark that passion and make sure that there's a lot of inspiration from gaming and also the kind of direction we want to take women in these sports and women in gaming moving forward now. So yeah, the mark is just a combination of everything seen on the screen here. So whether it's just a flower, na a tree flower symbolizing the Philippines, a gaming cursor as well because of like where we are and where it's positioned also. And most importantly, we want to highlight that there's a spark in us also, and we want to be the spark that ignites this movement moving forward also. And yeah, very fun project to work on, very fun palette also. And it's an honor to also to work on the brand of Silab.
And for the next and is the most exciting part for this press con is our road to MWI. So Allah has been really looking forward for this event. And this partnership with Munton Philippines is actually the testament to their commitment as well into creating a platform for women and by women. So we want to thank Munton Games in creating a way, of course, for a platform for us and mounting this tournament with us. And the whole idea of MWI, of course, is to encourage all women in esports to create their own story or narrative of success and at the same time venture a different way for them outside their shells. So yeah, for this year, this is part of it, and this is gonna be an exciting one because we all know that since it is represented by women as well, hopefully we get to tap all the women across.
I think the opportunity or the idea for Silab came from these girls because they saw, a better way to actually approach esports in general. Not esports, let's say, exclusivity in a way. So they understand that, the girl gamer tag is, at the same time a good thing as well as a bad thing. So that's one of the things that I really like about these girls because being called a gamer girl can sometimes be positive but can also be negative in a way because all of us are gamers. No, uh, the one thing that is kind of unique in terms of esports, not included in conventional sports or physical sports, is that we are all basically the same when it comes to digital games, right? It doesn't matter what your gender is, all the opportunities are there for you, front end, back end, it's all the same. It's just that the opportunities and the consistency of those opportunities that are given to women to perform at their best when they want to perform their best. So I think that's one of the things that ignited.
zone and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH and TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
PM MPL na 4 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 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na
4 PM MPL na.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na
4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na 4 p.m. MPL na.
Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Hans Galeria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
Tuloy-tuloy ang bakbakan ng 4 na natitirang teams para sa 2 natitirang playoff spot ngayong ika-5 linggo ng regular season.
At para naman sa ating playoff qualified teams, ang laban nila ay para sa no play-in route para sa playoffs.
Pero teka Hans,
Okay.
refresh ka natin, sino-sino nga ba ang mga playoffs qualified teams at sino nga yung mga nakikipaglaban para sa natitirang spots?
Don't worry about it. I got you, Mara. Let us check out our team standings. As we can see, AP Bren is back on top of the standings after sweeping their matches last week. Sinusundan naman sila ng ONIC Philippines, Echo at RSG Philippines na pare-pareho ng playoff secured.
Meanwhile, safe pa rin ang pwesto ng Minana Evos at Blacklist International sa standings, sitting at the top 5 and 6 respectively.
Finally, delikado man ang lagay, kasama pa rin sa nakikipaglaban para sa natitirang 2 playoff spots ang Smart Omega at TNC Pro Team.
Pero Hans, di ba earlier this week may dumating na malaking patch?
Nako, sa sobrang laki ng patch na to, Mara, siguradong maapektuhan ito ang takbo ng natitirang laban natin ngayon sa regular season.
Para pag-usapan ang patch update na yan, tawagin muna natin ang ating mga analysts, Midnight and Reptar. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara and Hans. We're live from right in front of you here sa stage sa Shooting Gallery Studios. I'm Reptar from the English broadcast, joined by Midnight from the Filipino broadcast. And yes, kailangan namin pag-usapan ang bagong patch. I think it's good to start off with the biggest change. Si Hellcurt na-revamp.
Yeah, mayroon ng bagong jungler na naman sa Land of Dawn. Recently, he has been changed. Meron na tayong tinatawag na Prowler State for Hellcurt. And he acts like, personally ako sasabihin ko, malahilda sa jungle because of the fact that you can reset your positioning and mas assassin yung dating ni Hellcurt ngayon.
Yeah, with good sustainability, movement speed, at wag niyo nahanapin yung silence ni Hellcurt kasi naging terrified na yon when you use his first skill, upgraded. You can see on your screens right now all of the changes. Tank heroes na increase yung defense growth nila. But I saw a post that you and Wolf made that in the long run, the tanks are a little bit squishier.
Yeah, pagdating sa early game, of course, yung growth nagmamatter. It does affect like the tanks that you see in this graphic that we have. In the mid game, they're a bit tanker, but overall, pagdating sa late game, kapag bumild ka ng same items from the last patch compared to this patch, mas mababa yung physical and magic defense overall nung mga tank heroes that are part of the changes in the current patch. Pero Renmar, ang gusto kong i-highlight dito is yung mga buff din and yung nerfed na hero. Sa buff, si Ling!
Ay,
Nakita ko ulit yung mukha ni Ling. Nakaka-excite.
At saka feeling ko, medyo return of the comeback na nga ng mga assassin natin dyan. So, more teams might even consider playing the assassin junglers more. Tignan natin in the upcoming days and even today sa MPL Philippines. Tignan natin yung mana and energy cost reduced dahil sa isang change sa purple buff, wherein the purple buff now provides less of the energy and mana cost from before.
Yeah, and compared sa dati kapag nanakawan kayo ng purple buff, you're still gonna be able to use your hero. Kaya naman nakaka-excite kasi when you look at the graphic, nandun din yung mukha ni Link. So I'm excited to see new assassins in the next patch. Pero meron din tayong changes when it comes to the items, especially the magic item which is the Holy Crystal na sort of like swap sila ng prices or priority dito ng Bloodwings kasi bumaba yung presyo ng Bloodwings. But also, the higher cost item na Holy Crystal, mas mataas yung magic power na binibigay. Do take note na pati yung Rose Gold meter, even though buffed siya, do take note na yung magic defense ay mababa din because of the recent changes sa ating mga physical and magic defense. Now, when it comes to the tank items overall, kanina pa natin binabanggit to, kung may buff man sa overall growth or yung stats ng ating mga tank or fighter heroes, may nerf din naman sa mga tank items. Overall, parang ang dating ng patch is, ang gusto mangyari ng MLBB, less tank items on other heroes, more tank presence because of their natural stats.
So, let's see, is it finally the time na mas makita natin yung mga assassins dito sa MPL Philippines? That might be one of the biggest changes that we'll see affecting the meta of MPL PH. That's it for myself and Midnight. Let's throw you on back over to Mara and Hans. Mara and Hans, pasok.
Thank you, Midnight and Reptar, for breaking down that for us. Now, tingnan natin ang schedule ng matches for today.
Well, first up,
we have our star match of the day, ang Hukbo ng Minana Evos going up against ONIC Philippines.
And for our second match, titignan natin what would it take for TNC to qualify for the playoffs as they go up against Echo. Simulan na natin ang ating unang bakbakan.
This is going to be Minana Evos kontra sa ONIC Philippines. An intense matchup that is yet to await us para simulan ang ating Week 6.
Now, every game counts para sa TNC Pro Team. And now we're gonna go to the fight. Casters, pasok!
Good afternoon from the Philippines and hello world. I'm OSX and it's us, the hotter version of the We Bear Bros. 47 degrees, that is Naisu and Renmar, who just quickly teleported from being in the analyst segment for today. Amazing heat and an amazing matchup for this day. And it's week number 5, day number 1, boys.
It's
week
6.
Week 6.
It's so hot.
Week 6, oh my goodness.
Yes, it's week 6. Great breakdown, by the way.
Thank you.
Because I know a lot of people wanted to know exactly how this patch fits into the place right now. So, great breakdown.
Yeah, there's a lot more that we can talk about as the series goes on, but I think we have to talk about the storyline for this series, OSX.
This is the question. How's the super fam going from another country? If you're a Sonic from Indonesia, comment down below. Because right now, we're going to check on our super family here in the Philippines. It's ONIC Philippines has begun dominating the season. A lot of members from the MLBB community began asking, what if MPL Philippines ONIC and MPL ID's ONIC go up against each other in MSC 2024?
I love this, right? The what if question. And if you're comparing it right now, just in Season 13, you can see where both teams are kind of shining.
Yeah.
For the Philippines, ONIC, they're doing great. Games, matches, even a little bit on the KDA here. But most importantly, it's what we've seen from this super fam and how it's worked so well. And I would actually like to see this what if come to fruition, hopefully in the future.
Yeah, honestly, when I see ONIC Philippines, I see a Filipino flavor of what ONIC ID or ONIC in Indonesia likes to play. And one thing I want to mention is the difference in these two storylines. ONIC, because of the record that they've had and they've experienced so far in MPL Indonesia, they've been getting surprised by the teams that have been in the lower portion of the standings for the longest time. Meanwhile, ONIC Philippines, they're the ones doing the surprising here in PH.
Should they meet each other, the most awaited matchup is going to be against their junglers, Kyrie and King Kong.
Sure.
The Sky King versus the King of the Jungle. Look at this. Look at this, man. We're having this comparison right now.
You know what's funny? Is
What?
some people actually say they kind of look alike too, like their hair
That's true.
and everything. So
the aura, the skincare.
Yeah, it's so similar.
By the way, it's his birthday. Happy birthday,
Happy
King
birthday,
Kong.
King Kong.
Ooh, happy birthday, King
And,
Kong.
but yeah, I would love to see that, how that pans out. We'll have to wait and see if that happens.
Yeah, going back to our matchup, if ONIC has their super family, we just want to remind you guys that Minana or MNNE also has a player dubbed as half man, half amazing, Hayes.
Yeah, it's good to see him back. And yes, a little bit of a spoiler, he's going to be playing later on against ONIC PH. If earlier, so far, the stats don't lie, Kyrie is trumping King Kong. Here, the achievements don't lie. Hayes is one of the most decorated players in MPL Philippines.
Season 1
champion, MSC 2018 champion, SEA Games gold medalist, the first one from that legendary team, and he is a Hall of Legend inductee. Half man, half amazing, and it's a full-on blast every time we see Hayes back on the Land of Dawn.
He's one of the OGs, and also last season, he was also one of the ingredients in making the right mix for Minana. They were trying to mix up with synergy and veterancy, and that was Hayes as well, doing all the work. And we're seeing it today at week 6. Not wrong this time. So, as Reptar explained how these two seasoned players are going up against one another, that's one thing we need to do because we're almost in the playoffs.
We are. We're nearing there. It's kind of crazy when you think about how fast I feel like the regular season has gone. And imagine this season we have an extra week of the regular season.
Yeah.
This would have been the last week from the previous season here. So it's great because we know kind of what's at stake here.
Yeah.
We know also for Minana, their playoff conditions is really what we have to consider.
Yeah.
So from my understanding, they have to win their match versus ONIC or win their match versus Echo.
Yeah,
What's the target points for this, Renmar?
The target points for Minana Evos is, I believe, 17. And Omega and TNC, their max possible points is 16. So if Minana wins one series, they just need to win one whole match get those 3 points, and they'll be locking in their playoff slot. Finally, finishing the story and achieving their promise of making it back into the MPL PH playoffs, something that they haven't done since Season 9.
Oh, right. Good thing that you mentioned, because in that brink of that season, TNC was in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen TNC completely bounce back. And looking back on how the max possible points for TNC is, they need to rise up quickly and even win the match today.
I think for TNC, things are looking pretty dire. I would like to see them, obviously, when their matches come, things could still somehow, some way fall into place. They have to look at where is the silver lining in their matches that are ahead of them. But for most part, for Minana, we know what this could mean for the team. And I think that's why you have to kind of consider, is this the time, like bringing in Yelly Hayes, sprinkling that in, will that, of course, help them out? So you guys can let us know over in the comments. Of course, you guys specifically on YouTube, if you're tuning into this match, subscribe. Make sure you guys subscribe to the MPL Philippines YouTube channel. Don't forget the English viewers as well. Subscribe to the English channels as well. And then comment down hashtag MNNE or hashtag ONIC with your game and server ID for a chance to be one of our 4 winners of 1,000 diamonds.
It's our star match of the day. So actually read your comments. Even Renner is like checking up right now on whose prediction is going to win the series of the day for 4,000 diamonds. You better be ready and get your prediction, because again, we're just coming in from a big patch that you guys have just broken down. I can't wait to see on how will that unfold in the Land of Dawn. There's so much at stake. But right now, let's call in our marshals who will officiate the match, and they ensure the fairness and the integrity of our games. We have Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert.
Wilbert is excited about the patch, by the way, because he is an assassin main, apparently. He loves the Hellcurt.
Hellcurt, Ling, Fanny, bring it on. Let's meet the players. Minana, Evos, and ONIC Philippines. Let's bring it on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minana Evos! To usher in their time means winning all the points they can to avoid the play-ins gauntlet. 5 matches, 5 chances to secure a top 3 slot. MPL Arena, it's time for ONIC Philippines! Our coaches, Coach Bitoy and Coach Why Not. MPL Arena, make some noise for Minana Evos and ONIC Philippines!
There we have it. Minana Evos. Yelly Hayes is in the building.
Domeng, Kaizen, Hayes, Kirk, and Perks Ziva. This is a debut match for, like we said, this is, again, an OG, a veteran to this lineup here that we're going to be seeing from Minana Evos. My biggest question is this the right mix-up? I know the accolades speak for themselves, but sometimes you have to see it in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk more about Minana Evos later on and what the changes imply. But of course, for ONIC PH, it's a lineup we've seen shining all throughout the season. And the question for this portion of the season, when we have a new patch, what the hell is ONIC PH cooking up this time? Because we know the patch, what it brought in terms of changes, in terms of hero priorities. Assassins are coming in the mix. Is King Kong going to be able to play Assassins more? Are we going to see some new pickups for ONIC PH that add to the legacy of cheese for ONIC this season? So many questions, I can't wait till they're answered.
Yeah, speaking of questions, we now look at the average heal to allies. You were mentioning about you've broken down the tanks. Even the tank items could actually be a change right now in this patch.
Yeah.
And Minana Evos is known to have this fighting healers that has been working. But right now, it's Yelly Haze and Perxio for this. I know there's going to be a shift, but in terms of how they went throughout the season, it's ONIC Philippines maintaining that consistency.
And with that, there's so many changes that could happen. Now, I wouldn't be surprised also if when we do get to the draft, we happen to see, Fredra and Baksha pop up, those picks still coming. But there is that room for that flexibility, that adaptability. And I like that Redmar mentioned this because we've seen some really great things from surprise picks, niche picks from ONIC themselves. And we'll see against a team like Minana, they like to do something. They like to play a little bit on the edge as well. As we look at the head-to-head in the jungle, though, this is heavily in favor, obviously, of King Kong here.
Yeah, of course, of the better season that ONIC PH had. But King Kong, we've mentioned that he loves playing Assassins. There was a time where Kaizen was one of the young, up-and-coming assassin gods here in MPL Philippines. Not MPL Philippines, in the Philippines as a whole, outside of the MPL PH ecosystem. And seeing this possibility of will there be Assassins popping up? Are they actually going to be playing those heroes? Just, gets me all goosey, loosey. Goosebumps is what I'm trying to say.
Goosebumps.
Show us what a half-man, half-amazing can do in the Infinix keys to victory for Minana Evos. Hayes, it's been a while since we've seen you. You've been coaching, but he has mentioned that being an analyst for Minana Evos has allowed him to see the game completely differently. To quote what he said, he can now see things that he can know that he hasn't been able to see before. Utilize King Kong's mechanics, ONIC PH, go for assassin junglers. And if ever King Kong does gets his hands on that, make sure that you're ready to match Kaizen in the jungle. New patch, new rotation. How the priorities in terms of the invading, the rotational timers, when you're going to be going for the far lane turtle or lord trade, how you're going to be playing in this new metagame, potentially new metagame that we are yet to see. These two teams need to be ready for it because they're going to be the ones setting the bar.
Yeah, speaking of setting the bar, I know ONIC Philippines has been consistent in what they do in the streaks and the winning streaks. I love what you mentioned back there on how Yellow Haze can spot differences now because of his experience. But right now, for those of you who's watching us on TikTok, MPL Philippines live stream viewer awards are now available. Come and watch MPL Philippines matches in TikTok to join the goodie bag lottery and be one of the lucky winners.
Here's the steps. All you guys have to do is head over to TikTok, go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPLPH_official. Click on the official live stream. Make sure you do that. And then head over and look at your top left, wherever that is, for you guys to join the goodie bag lottery.
Yep.
Don't forget to grab in on that.
A lot of you have been questioning or commenting in the YouTube stream, the TikTok stream. Guys, you can let us know on what team could actually win today with hashtag MNNE and hashtag ONIC, because again, this is our star match. You could actually win 1,000 diamonds, and for the TikTok, you get the goodie bag lottery.
That'd be really good for the new skins in game right now, man.
Oh, yeah.
The 97.
The KOF.
KOF.
I haven't gotten one, but let's see on whose side is going to get one for this match. We're looking at Minana Evos winner at 50%. And what has been going with this team? They have been developing, they have been practicing, and this time they have priority.
I just want to throw this out there before we get to these first picks. I don't know if you guys saw this, and maybe some of our international viewers too. Doggy had an interview. The owner, right? I don't know if he's part owner or whole owner of this, but he did mention that he even told the team, like, hey, we want to get to the playoffs. We want to get some things happening here because if things don't continue to work out for them, they place towards the end. they might have to wrap things up here.
Yeah.
But first pick, it's already Fredrin.
Yeah, and Fredrin still the king of the jungle right now in this current metagame. And ONIC, as expected, they're actually going to be rolling with the Roger right away to get the Valentina. Now, Minana Evos picking up what could be one of the strongest, if not the strongest gold laner right now, Harith. So many times so far playing in RG and all that, I've been whooped by a Harith with a vengeance. Because of the changes of his animation, he deals damage a little bit more. He no longer has that thing where he gets more shields. Depending on how many enemy heroes there are around him, he just gets a flat value, but it's a good amount of value that Hariths now are so aggressive and they hurt.
Oh, okay, I'm going to put that in mind because maybe this is what Minana Evos sees, even how Helihay sees this. Because again, the highest DTPM after week 5 is leaning towards Minana Evos. A bit of a difference with Omega and TNC, but it's still sticking with the same thing. But for this Harith, we are looking for more exciting things. But the chip Renmar.
Yep, and good to see that ONIC PH decided to pick it up. Of all the teams that would shine theoretically with the chip would be ONIC. They haven't showed it up this pick yet this season, so it's good to see how ONIC will decide to play it. Because once Chip was released, people were saying ONIC are really going to shine with it. Now, looking at the bans, they decided to take away the Angela, because Angela and Harith also has been a terrifying combo, and just Angela in general has been doing great. In terms of what else ONIC PH needs, Minana Evos are going to be banning out EXP laners and junglers, but I'm not fully turning off the idea of this Roger potentially going into the jungle. The thing is, against the Fred, ONIC might do better with the Barracks that Minana Evos just took away.
Ooh. Okay, you just mentioned about there's so much change in from the emblems of the Braves Might, and that benefits Barrett's most of his combos in the game. So once we see how ONIC is developing, how this draft is going to go, they've taken out the CC, even for the Angela. I know in Infinite's Keys to Victory, we were pushing like, hey, pick up some assassin picks, but it seems like there's something that they still want to do that they haven't been done in the past weeks.
Well, even so, again, flexibility can still happen here. With the Roger, so that might be what's they're holding up their sleeve for now for ONIC. We'll see what this last ban wants to be. Now, given the fact that you see the Fredrin here, you most likely are going to want to be able to pair up with that match for match. But because you have this chip on your lineup, and hey, we heard what even Echo had to say about the pick that came through with Chip. It can change the course of any of these games that go through. The Grok is going to be taken out here. So this is the question. What does ONIC want to roll with this next pick?
They can still go with Baksha in the jungle if this Rogers actually go into the gold lane. Then if they're going to go Baksha in the jungle, Chip, they had okay front line, but nope, it's Terizla first. So Gems, signature Terizla pick that so far this season still undefeated 6-0.
And the EXP laners are still, I think we have a growing list with a patch right now and actually could still be good in the laning.
Bro, Paquito's so good, but Minana Eva, surprising enough, still rolling with a Ruby. They reduced her spell vamp, actually.
Oh, okay. So we're seeing something that they see better with this pick, with this Ruby. So as far as the last pick goes, we have the gold lane, we have the EXP. Something could still be worth is what would be the possible role for this Fredrin, because it still could change.
I think it's still going to be going into the jungle, though. It's just the best jungler pick right now by far. Not one of the best. He's not the absolute best. EXP laner, let's see if they're going to go something like a Paquito. Export sort of really fell out. But no, it's a Yuzong. So they're doing the other idea against a Valentina where you're going to overload the Valentina with choices in terms of what to get with the IMU ultimate. And then at the same time, the Petrify, because everyone from ONIC just wants to dive in close. ONIC, wow, I didn't see this coming. Phoveus is going to be going into Gem's hands in the EXP lane.
It's really just going to help with the Herald.
No, sorry. It's gold lane. It's the gold lane Phoveus for Keller and Jungle Roger. So the theory we had earlier was right.
Okay.
I'm excited to see King Kong with Roger in the jungle at least. But I think the sentiment is still shared. Like, how is that going to pair up against a Fredrin who dominates the jungle? That's where I really want to see that unfold. But also, Kelra on the Phoveus here in the gold lane.
Yeah, with things that we miss seeing, and the audience prediction is leaning towards ONIC. What do you think, chat? Comment down below. What do you think about this draft? With hashtag ONIC, with hashtag MNNE. We're looking at the lineup rating, and it seems like there's some few points, but going back to this point about Super Friends, having the Valentina on his hands, it's like overload. Who's whose ultimate you're gonna pick?
And then at the same time, for the side of ONIC PH, yes, their overall rating seems to be lower going into this, but I like that their lineup is actually quite, how do I call this? It's a dishonest team fight. Because it can be scrappy. You don't know what angle they're going to be coming from, how Kelra jumping on everyone's going to change the picture of a team fight. It's going to be fun to watch ONIC PH fight. It's also going to be fun to see how Minana Evos is going to deal with it.
Let's see how they're going to deal with this, because it's game number 1, and we're looking at excitement on how this patch is going to go. Because when was the last time we see Kelra in this Phobius? And looking back on the composition of Minana Evos right now, we're seeing dashes from Ruby and the Harith. So when was the last time we saw this from his hand?
Ooh, Kelra with the Phobius?
Phobius, man.
Gold lane?
I can't recall.
I can't recall.
I don't know why. A part of me says maybe 11 or 12 he played it once in the gold, but I could be misremembering it with someone else.
Yeah, that's such a, I mean, it's such an unorthodox pick. So let's just put it that way. Phobius alone is already kind of a surprise, but then you put him in the gold lane. And again, it could just be a good way to deal with this Harith. Like Renmar already mentioned, the Harith, for some reason, same experience, man. They've been dominating in the game since the patch, and it just feels not so good to play against right now. So we'll see how this Phobius fares. But I think even aside from that, the whole dishonest lineup, in a way, it's like, okay, it's a little finicky. It's a little, the fact, too, that they just have a chip.
Yeah.
Even cap it, that puts it as caps. Like, this is dishonest in caps letters. Yeah. Because you don't know. And the thing is so far from what we've seen when Chip pops that ultimate, everybody arrives when they want to. This lineup alone is also very chaotic when you force them into a fight. So that's the other thing. And I think one of the hard parts, like that was mentioned earlier, is what ultimate are you really going to try to prioritize here? You're going to try to take from Minana's teams. You have actually some pretty good options and set potentials as well. Yep. So that's the main thing here. And like we said, Gem on the Trizla, man, he has had a hell of a season on this hero alone. So we'll see how they all kind of round this dishonest lineup out.
Yeah, with a chip, I think the only team, well, before the patch, it was just Omega having his debut pick with his chip. Like how the problem is, I think the main problem having a chip in your composition is how do you manage to end the game? Yes, you can risk a winning player or whatever play you want to do with this chip, but it's the closing issue that you want to do will deal with this composition.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could do like what Todak in Malaysia did with Raflesia, just spawning his entire team into the base with a split push and to take their opponents off guard. But yeah, that's actually a really good question, because once you see a chip in objective team fights, you know what that chip is waiting for. You're waiting for the chip portal to get dropped down and react immediately to the chip's teammates showing up into a fight, suddenly make it 5v5 or 5v4, depending on the positioning of your EXP laner or mid laner at that time. Going back to the question of which ultimate, I think the Valentina might actually want to consider getting the ultimate of the Ruby from time to time.
Yep.
Most importantly, because those pullbacks will activate the ultimate for the Phobius. So another like proc for the jump. Yeah.
Yep.
It's good to see just like how this match will gonna go, because if we're looking at the draft again, by gauging other player head to head, the gold laners has been an essential ingredient. Again, looking back on that MSC possibility of a what if, it's the gold lane. The players, Doming and Kelra, having a bit of an advantage on KDA, but in terms of like getting the fights and having the way of using the nades and the carries on this, there's a similarity. But the difference is Kelra is sometimes leaning towards the fighter choices against the common marksman choices.
It's funny because with Kelra, and for some of those that maybe don't know the moniker the Filipino Savage, the way that he plays in the gold lane, or some like to use the gold standard here, you have to watch him, and that's why I want to know, with the Phobius in his hands, is he still going to replicate that playstyle that we're so used to seeing Kelra use and utilize to win some of these lanes and the matchups? Because that's the thing, he's the type of gold lane you can actually leave alone, and sometimes, more often than not actually, he'll get a solo kill.
Yeah.
And so the thing is Phobius being one of those heroes where if you do get this kind of like early snowball, even in your lane alone, even though it's a Harith or whatever, you're going to have trouble. And he's going to continue to snowball really well if he can get an early kill. Otherwise, then Kelra kind of just has to adjust his playstyle. And that's where, when we were talking about character development last week on broadcast, where I think Kelra has really grown as a player himself, right? He is, yes, this gold standard, this Filipino savage and everything else.
Yeah.
But he's adapted. So if he has to kind of not play that intense, aggressive in the gold lane, he can actually adjust to this. And I think the Phoveus, once again, he's got those two options still. Do I play a little aggressive? Do I play this advantage that I'm going to be proccing like crazy when I pop the Demonic Force? Or do I set back a little bit and be more of that front line here for the rest of this lineup?
Yep. And speaking of lineup, we're focusing on the EXP lanes, Kirk and Gem. Man, we've been seeing how Gem is not a hidden gem of ONIC Philippines. He has been doing a lot of plays with this Terizla.
Yeah.
And benefiting from the patch, I count Edith, Terizla, and Bakito. You've mentioned it earlier, and Bakito was even open for Minana Evos to be taken. But how is this for the patch? Like, I don't want to spoil everything everybody who's watching this, especially now with the new adjustment going, but a bit of a thing to note or to look forward to this Terizla. What could be the possible scenarios for this?
I think because of the changes to the physical defense, the items and all that, the growth as well, because of the Body of Smith passive of the Terizla, he might be the tankiest EXP laner you can go for now. One of the most difficult to take down. And at the same time, EXP laners now have to play a little bit more calculated, just a little bit more careful, because they won't be able to buy time as much as possible compared to what they were used to doing, especially in the mid to the late game once it goes on. So for a player such as, let's focus on Gem, he's always been the, I'm going to make the most out of my entry type of player. Great timing, just when you're wondering, where the hell is Gem? And then suddenly he comes in with a perfect setup to close off the exit of the opposing team, and then ONIC PH wins a team fight, and solidly wins a team fight because Gem blocked the way of ONIC PH's opponents. Meanwhile, Kirk, he's more of the similar playstyle to Naths, to Edward, Flap TZ, that aggression, that I'm gonna go ahead and try to take you down type of mentality as an EXP laner. So I think this would benefit Gem a bit more, while for Kirk, just has to be a little bit more careful.
And XP Lace has been the playmaking roles or the players of each team. And to mention about, you've mentioned about Kirk and Nats, I'm just thinking about Arlet. And for this, it has been like a different adjustment, but still, I think Arlet, even for this patch, can still even work, don't you think? Regardless on how they still manage to change things around with this patch.
What do you mean?
With the Arlet.
The Arlot?
Yeah, so something...
Well, I mean, you saw it was banned out by Minana Evos.
Yeah.
He's still going to be one of the top picks that you can go for here, considering that a lot of heroes are a little bit more squishier now. That would greatly benefit an Arlot in this current metagame. One thing I want to go back to, though, is the fact that Yu Zhong was picked up here by Kirk.
Yep.
So, even though I did mention that he should be a little bit more careful, which is true, at the same time, it's going to be rewarding for him if he decides to be aggressive, that full-on combo that he can dish out, because, well, he'll be able to dish out way more damage now. Not because of Yu Zhong getting buffed, but again, because of the other adjustments to everyone else being a little bit less squishier.
I guess that's one thing I've in my own time playing, you know, is trying to figure out how much did the patch, even when it comes to items, because I know some of the items, the costing or let's say the build paths were adjusted as well.
Oh yeah.
So I'm wondering how much of that will change or play an effect, because we know some teams, some heroes, you know, they like to pick up first items, sometimes will rush one. I'm wondering what kind of changes that will happen, you know, throughout we get through the week here. So that's one thing. There's so many factors here that can change as we go along.
Let's see how the patch now will affect this game, because it's game number 1 on the first day of week number 6. Let's see how this goes. Looking at this, Escalera's on the chip. They have more coverage, but now let's see how this game goes with Minana Evos with their composition.
Yeah. Main difference with Perk Ziva and Spider Miles, the two roamers of Minana Evos, is that Perk Ziva is more of the traditional type of roamer. Setups, pick-offs, Chos, Kufras, Kajas, and Rubies. So expect Minana Evos' playstyle to change up a little bit more now that it's a different flavor in the roam and mid for Haze.
Well, speaking of the mid and the roam, Escalera, oh, he's just manning up to Kaizen and Perk Ziva with this.
Yeah.
Okay, is he going to be able to get away? Okay, he has to flicker out. That's going to be burned, but trying to be a nuisance here the best he can. The other thing, too, is obviously Kaizen this time, it did go with that support emblem. We've seen the changes here that Fredrin likes to go with, the adaptability, but even first item-wise, you can see some of the rushing already happening.
Yeah, and you see there just how quickly the synchro fission animation comes out there. Perxiva?
Oh, look at that Escalera.
Yeah.
Just went on to his portal and just opens up. Look at how the coverage goes with this chip, man. And having the passive of the region of chips, he can freely roam as much as he wants to.
Yep, the Y walk special skill cooldown was reduced from 40 seconds to 20 seconds now. So a lot more room for him to just keep going around on those beacons.
Just imagine that, having a great amount of vision, coverage, and the first objective is up. Regardless on where ONIC's priority in the laning is, having the chip on their own composition just gives him like the opportunity to like, okay, just check on the turtle, check on the objective, and let's come from there.
Nice little setup
Meanwhile,
from Kirk.
EXP.
Okay, so all this, all before the turtle. Gem gonna jump in though. Kirk could be in trouble here. Dragon forms out of there, survives with an HP. Oh no! Gem gets him. So first blood drawn here from Gem. Now for the fight for the turtle. Eternal Guard already gonna be dropped down. 2 versions of them at that. Kaizen gonna be able to get the turtle. The fight's gonna break out though. Perxiva trying there. Kaizen can't get out. Kelra will get that kill. So ONIC doing some trading here, but happy to be on the board.
Wow, okay, so you saw there the power of the chip on the side of ONIC. And ONIC with a little bit of adjustment on their decision making there. Yes, King Kong tried to go for the Retribution battle win, but ONIC readjusted their positioning and entry so that they can go for the counter punish if ever ONIC would lose that turtle fight.
Well, it's hammer time for Gem. He holds a 100% win rate as the Terizla in 6 games. Wow. Clean.
He is the body of Smith.
Yeah.
The body of Gem.
He embodies it perfectly for ONIC. ONIC Philippines, having that game-playing capability of the Terizla changed a lot of the dynamics, especially with this. Oh, Escalera receiving a lot of fun. That is the Harith that you're talking about, Renmar.
Yep. Power of the changes to the Harith, man. It hurts. But I like these adjustments by Minana Evos, so from time to time, they're doing what they can to get a bit of resources away from King Kong.
That's what they kind of got to do, right? Set the pace if they can here. ONIC, even with a couple kills they have, economically it's still pretty even. So Kaizen showing it this side of the jungle. Now Perxiva going to get dragged, has to flicker out.
No.
Gem not going to land the connection he was looking for. But on the backside, Kirk going to go find the target with the Petrify. Super Friend's going to be in trouble. Gem's going to want to fall though. Meanwhile, another kill brought on through, and that's Escalera falling as well. King Kong on the run. So Minana Evos striking fast here.
What an ultimate counter up against this chip. They waited for them to react right away, and they completely turned everything around for ONIC Philippines. They waited to overload them from the moment they started that portal.
Yeah, Minana Evos, good decision to fight that out. Once they saw ONIC, especially Gem, miss the penalty zone, and ONIC already used a good amount of their ability. Super Friends already used the ultimate of the Ruby that he stole away. Good decision to fight it out. Again, this is what you get when you have Fredrin in the jungle. Those little moments where if that was an assassin jungle, I don't think Minana Evos would have taken that fight. Since they're rocking with a Fredrin, hell yeah, you're going to take that fight.
Still the guy. Yeah, he sees himself still a worthy pick of this. Kaizen, the Fredrin up just on time with that purple to show up. And this is the problem now. If they keep on answering to those teams, if Chip or Escalera spots a position for Minana Evos to even take against them, they actually still can wait because there's an open window to actually counter everything out in ONIC Philippines. And you were mentioning about the overload of the ultimates that Valentina can do. I think Minana is slowly getting the pattern here on how they can overload ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. When you're going up against a chip, it's dishonest, but then at the same time, the objective fights, you know what's going to happen. You know what you're waiting for there. So Minana Evos are just adjusting their positioning in the team fights just a little bit.
I think that's why it's so important, too, for Kirk. King Kong going to get hooked down a little bit here, but for Kirk, a lot of his entries, at least so far this early on, has been pretty good. So that'll be part of it. And now we're at this stalemate.
Yep.
That's a Necklace of Durance, a priority build by Super Friends.
Meanwhile, they're trying to force out something for Escalera.
He rushed that the first item.
Yeah.
Picked that up.
I think he realized like the lineup that he's up against. Yeah, they're really tanky, guys. We need to lower their regen and their healing just a little bit. I'm not knocking it. I am quite surprised though, because usually we'd see a more painful or higher damage dealing item, magic power item there as your first build.
I think that's one thing they want to capitalize on, since they have so much like advantage on poke, catch, even penalty zones. So this is the problem if they want to go up against with ONIC Philippines, or even ONIC wants to bounce back from this, because I think that those are the moments that they need to be careful of, just in case somebody gets forced out, especially with the huge objective. We're seeing 2 Purifies from Super Fritz and Kelra because of the crowd control threat that they can get from Perxiva and as well as for Kirk. You've mentioned about this Harith. You know, hold that.
Escalera, there's the shortcut. Everybody going to be able to show up for this one. But Escalera does fall. Perxiva, the next target, as Kelra is able to get him now. Under the turret they go as Hayes falls as well. But King Kong's taken out. It's still going to be a bloodbath around the purple buff. Trying to get out with their lives, but it's too much. Kelra jumping in, but he will fall with Super Fritz next, and Kirk able to survive it all.
Minana Evos, again, you just wait for the chip portal. ONIC, it looked really good for them as Hayes fell down. I was wondering, why is Kirk spending so much time just flying in the air? But he eventually made the most of a good Petrify combo, and he was one of the last ones standing there. Meanwhile, as all of that was happening, Minana Evos' Doming was split pushing in the bottom lane. So that's a massive win for Minana Evos all throughout. I just have to say, again, this is the power that you get with Fredrin in the jungle with your team.
Yeah, referencing the gold right now, it's slowly being painted as blue. Now with the waves and the push Minana Evos, that slowly they're trying to gain control of the macro play. But hold that, portal open.
Escalera taking quite a bit of damage. Will flicker out. Domeng though goes in with his own, and now looking for more into the Zaman Force gem. Can't withstand the damage. It's a double.
You can be way more aggressive now as a Harith, and look what that man did. Flicker forward, and then just Synchro Fission full-on Zaman Force combo. That's only 2 items on this Harith right now. Almost a 2,000 gold lead over Kelra! Kaizen, my god!
The bonk.
We got bonked.
It's, hey, Fredrin, nothing changes. It's still going to be a priority.
Yeah, there's 3 sure things in life. Death, taxes, and Fredrin's position in the MLBB meta.
A thing to worry about. Right on point, but as ONIC looking for a way to get objectives, King Kong slowly wanted to push up top. But this is the problem now with this kind of taunt, with the kind of stacks that Minana Evos is doing up against ONIC Philippines. They're completely overloading anything up against them right now. And this is the problem. They're putting him in a situation that they need to gather around for objectives and as well as pushes. But this is the problem with having Kirk as well. They have so much control with micro plays against ONIC Philippines too.
Yeah, and again, if you just look at the principle here, it's a full dive comp on the side of ONIC versus a comp from Minana Evos that, as much as possible, would try to protect one, which is Hayes' Vexana, and as Kaizen actually stealing an orange buff away from ONIC there. Again, look at the goal difference between the Phoveus and the Harith. ONIC's going to be playing defense for a very long time here. The problem is their wave clear, very risky.
Yeah, I think it's the commitment that this composition can do up against Minana Evos. With the lead that they have right now, they would be forced to take some small risky plays such as this.
Escalera, not even going to see the light of day here. Taken out in an instant. Going to get cut off. He saw the dragon. He's like, you know what? I'm done for. So down a member. This is a clear green signal for Minana Evos to take this first Lord here uncontested.
Another objective freely taken by Minana Evos. Despite of what's happening against ONIC Philippines right now, the commitment that they want to do, they still need to be input on how to counter even Minana Evos. Who are you actually going to target here? Doming has got any non-deaths as of this moment, even for Kaizen. So this is a big of a problem. How to even maintain or sustain the front line of Minana Evos for ONIC Philippines.
It's tough, really, that even if you get Hayes or Doming down, you still have another damage option available. Upraizer's Wrath is also up there to swing fights for Minana Evos. Kirk on the Yuzong being able to deal the damage that he did. It's just that Yuzong last pick, dare I say, really helped Minana Evos win this draft out. Because now, with the timing especially of Kirk maximizing what he can get from the Petrify, the combos that he can dish out, ONIC don't have the damage to take key targets down fast enough.
That's the question. How can they get a key target out of Minana Evos? Lord is being pushed down bottom. They want to take this turret out of ONIC Philippines' hands. Everybody's maintaining safe distance. the threat of Perceiver right now, and everybody of Minana Evo's lead that they have, they're just sweeping everything clean out of ONIC Philippines' camp. And this is the problem. How can even King Kong bounce back from this, despite having the coverage of the map with the presence of the chip? Now the real-time win rate is leading towards Minana Evos.
This, for me, has to be one of the cleaner games we've seen from Minana Evos.
Yeah.
Everything has really fallen into place here, and that early execution that they pulled this lineup off just played perfectly and allowed them to get to this point where they're now 7,000 gold ahead against ONIC, who has, again, we've been touting them as the super family, the super team of this season so far. They're struggling here. And maybe that was, okay, you know what? Maybe it's the matchup in the jungle. It makes things a little bit tough because King Kong can't really have the space that he wants to work around against a Fredrin. And they just aren't able to really utilize even the chip because, hey, you pop the shortcut, everybody shows up. You're pretty much into a economic loss. The firepower just is not there. So for ONIC, it's really now about time. It's the whole thing once again with ONIC time. They need time here. They need 5+ minutes at that to withstand this game, and we'll see if Minana Evos even lets them. By the time this next Lord push comes through, if they secure it in 30 seconds, it might be better if ONIC just lets them take it. I don't think even if they try to contest it, they would win that battle at all here.
Honestly, sometimes in life, it's okay to just let others take what's not meant for you.
Yes.
I think that's
Right?
true.
Right?
That's really true.
Life advice.
Because if you like fight for something way too hard that you know that isn't for you at that moment, then it's you're just gonna get like
This is a whole new Renmar.
I know.
I'm loving it. Like,
I've grown.
You've grown.
Yeah.
I think that's the destiny that ONIC wants to see. Like, will they commit and will they even to accept the fate of just winning or losing? Because if they can have time on their side, if they have the ultimate of the Ruby, they have Gem with the penalty zone. The question is, where can they land this? Because I think Escalera right now is being cautious on where to even have a good placement of the portal.
Well, let's see. Can see. Oh, Perk's not going to be able to land it.
Oh, brother.
Gem, though, going to jump in with the penalty zone, and now Escalera on the backside, pushing him further. Gem's still going to be alive for a little bit longer, but finally taken out. Kelra jumps in with a demonic force of fighting in the Zaman forest. It's a force for force battle as Super Prince falls, and no one can keep going but Domang and the rest of Minana Evos. And now King Kong, left alone in his jungle, retreats against a full force of Minana Evos. And left alone, Domang jumps in once again, takes him down, and that will be game number 1, going over to Minana Evos.
A dominating start for the debut of Hayes and Perceiver. Having the chance against ONIC Philippines, Minana Evos. Woo!
Harith, baby. Harith. That Harith did not go below 50. Didn't go below 60% health in that last engagement. There's a lot more that I can talk about later with analysis, but wow. Better watch out for Harith.
Something about the Harith nowadays, and I'm sure you guys will see a lot more of it. We already saw quite a bit through the regular season even, but right now, this looks scary. This looks bannable. Like, you should just take the Harith out of the picture.
Or Fred.
Yeah, or Fred. Either take Fred, ban him out. But Harith, man, again, Demonic Force versus Zaman Force. It didn't really work out in favor of Kelra there. So, again, it just, things fell into place. Harith is scary. Maybe we see that adjustments moving forward, but this was a heck of a game for Minana Evos.
Yeah, and apparently this was their secret weapon. For the longest time, they were saying, like, oh, we have way more secret weapons for Spider Miles, and apparently that secret weapon was a swap out with a Perceiver and a completely different playstyle by Minana Evos. Hey, man, I'm not knocking it. It works.
Yeah, man, I'm not denying. Like, it was a completely great debut. Like, the start of day 1, in week 6, in our MVP of match game number 1 is none other than Domang, man, the Harith.
When he suddenly gets so shy.
You deserve it, man.
Come on, dude. You're already the MVP of this game.
Why shy?
Shy type.
Why were you such a shy type there at the end? You were flexing. 6-0-1 for the gold lane Harith. And yes, look at that item building a path. Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven, third item, Blood Wings. Since that item is much more affordable now and the shield that it provides scales with the magic power that you have, it just makes sense for most mages now, if it goes well for their kit and the scenario, to build the Blood Wings third, and then you go for the Holy Crystal as your fourth item. So initially, they just shifted in terms of build path priority for mages. And again, Holy Crystal is expensive now, and gives way more magic power. That late game power spike that you get from a Holy Crystal would kick in way more. As we look back at the highlights here, you're going to be seeing that one of the first major highlights of Doming doesn't come from a fight, but the fact that he was able to split push in the bottom lane as Minana Evos won a big fight as ONIC invaded them in their purple buff. And here in the final fight of the game, as you can see, Doming, Zaman Force, he knows where he wants to go. As nicely put it, Force versus Force. Look at it. Doming's health not gonna dip below 60% at most. It stayed up. The regen, the shield, the damage. Harith right now, I haven't seen a Harith like this since way back, Season 3 or 4, when Harith was the pick that you are gonna ban out in the first phase of banning. Shout out to the real ones if you remember a time I was talking about. Yeah, we old now. 16-4 in terms of the kills, sub 15-minute game. And yes, we were talking about how ONIC's team fighting is crappy. It's dishonest because there's so many things you have to consider if you're Minana Evos, where Kelra's gonna be landing with his demonic force, the entry of Gem, King Kong scratching at you if you're not careful with controlling him. But when it comes to the lead up to the team fight, especially as you're gonna be playing around the objectives, you know what ONIC wants to do. We saw it when TNC used their chip. Now we're seeing it when ONIC is using it. You're waiting for the portal. Wait for the portal, save your abilities for that, and then counter-engage once everyone comes in with the shortcut ultimate of that chip. And Minana Evos just did that rinse and repeat. Dare I say, ONIC, PH here, were outplayed for majority of the game because of Minana Evos' timing and patience when it comes to the team fights. Rich Guy and the carry, Doming, just did really good in lane. There was a time where we actually saw that Kelra was pushing Doming back into the lane, but then Minana Evos would just swing it from the fights. And this is a very tough game here, and again, questioning as to why ONIC would decide to go for a very unique strategy of just diving everyone. Let me answer that real quick. If ONIC, let's say, got the snowball, yeah, that's going to be tough for Minana Evos. Their Harith might get pushed out of lane, won't have any room to farm, their jungle's losing. Theoretically, it could have gone good if ONIC got a snowball from it. Because if you look at the lineup of ONIC, that really shines and excels with a fast build-up of items and gold for the first 8 minutes of the game. But if you do not get that, if Minana Evos counters your aggression as they did, then Minana Evos will be the one to shine. Because look at what's there on the side of Minana Evos. A lot of control. And again, the anchor of your lineup being a Fredrin that can take so much damage and even dish it out with an Appraiser's Wrath. If ONIC cannot take down that Fredrin and key targets fast enough, Minana Evos has great tools in their lineup to swing a team fight around. Looking at the heat map of Haze, a lot of it was just focused on his side of the river, if you saw that, protecting the damage that a Vexana can dish out along with the control was one of the biggest reasons why ONIC were stopped in their snowball attempt.
It was a great draft overall for Minana Evos, and that pick, that Phobos and the Phobos was a great counter against the Harith, but there was some points in time that Kelra was actually waiting for the ultimate to actually pop up to activate that passive. So it was overstaying in a way, but what makes it so great for Minana Evos is they have the Infinix GT series and they outplayed the rest. Brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 13.
Be unstoppable and outplay the rest with the Infinix GT series. Again, a great matchup that we witnessed there for Minana Evos in Game 1. I'm glad that you pointed it out, but I know people in the chat as well are feeling like, man, Harith seems a little strong, a little overpowered.
Brother, he's nuts. He is nuts.
Crazy. Completely crazy, but overpowered. But the skin right now, Vexana, The Zenith skin is high rarity. Go and get it right now. It's available from April 25 to April 30. To participate in the draw event, to join, 30% off for the first 10 times draw, 50% off your daily first time draw. Everything just happens so fast. But this, the Vexana Twisted Fairy Tail, you better get your hands on it right now.
You guys might even stand a chance to get the Vexana's Battle emote, I'm the Queen, the Elimination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. Come join in the draw now. And don't forget, we've got an ongoing giveaway for our viewers on YouTube.
Yep.
Even on the English stream, for you guys to go ahead and join.
Yeah, go ahead and comment down your discussions with hashtag ONIC or MNNE. Now, let's throw it up a bit to Mara and Hans.
Happy birthday, King Kong! Siyempre, dahil birthday niya, interviewin natin ang kanyang mga magulang, si Mommy Sai and si Daddy Roderick. O, kamusta po yung experience nyo ngayon? Kamusta po? Ay,
Ito, masaya kasi birthday din kasi ni King ngayon eh. So, nandito kami para supportahan siya talaga.
kaya pala Sai-Rick yung pangalan ni King Kong kasi Mami
Mami Sai, tapos si Daddy Roderick.
Daddy Roderick. So, Sai-Rick.
Yung pala yun.
Inside
Na-realize lang din natin
scoop.
yun kanina.
Kanina lang din. Kwento niyo naman po sa amin, kamusta po ba siya sa bahay? How is he?
Nung nasa bahay si King, okay naman yung mga gawain na dapat gawin nila nila magkakapatid, nagagawa niya. Pero pag pag naka-focus niya sa pag-ML nung nasa bahay pa, medyo hindi mo na siya may istorbo. Kasi talagang focus siya pag naglalaro siya sa bahay.
Panganay po siya, no?
Oo, panganay po.
Panganay. Kamusta naman siya bilang nakikita niyo as kuya ng pamilya?
Ayun, kahit, yung ML lang talaga yung pinaglalaroan niya. Nakakapag-advise din naman sa mga kapatid niya na, oy, tumulong kayo kay mami at kay daddy pag may mga gawain dyan. Nagagama naman niya as kuya pa rin sa bahay.
That's such a nice thing to take note of. And madalas po namin kayong nakikita dito sa MPL Arena, of course,
Always,
supporting
si
your
Daddy.
son. Always. I think,
Always present.
Yeah, always present. And that's a lovely sight to see, especially from our parents. Paano naman po kayo magse-celebrate ng birthday ni King Kong ngayon na naglalaro siya? Is it something different? Ano pong plano mamayang gabi?
Bali po yung plano kasi namin is dapat lalabas kami. Eh since po na may laro siya, si Madam Lacey po nag-invite siya sa amin na may pa-birthday daw siya kay King sa bootcamp. So after po na itong laro na to, sasama kami sa bootcamp sa kanila.
Party later. Doon kayo magse-celebrate. Nandyan po siya ngayon. Ano pong gusto niyo sabihin sa kanya? Birthday wish para kay King Kong, kay Cyrek.
Hello, King Kong. Happy birthday. Sana ipanalo nyo lahat ng mga natitira nyong games. And siyempre, dahil kang magpasalamat kay God sa mga achievement na nakukuha mo. Yung kalusugan, iingatan, and always humble. At yung disiplina na laging paalala namin sa'yo, lagi mong dalhin yun.
Heartwarming message coming in from Sir Roderick. And it's such a lovely sight to see, especially from
Kayo
our
naman
parents.
po, Mami. Ano pong message nyo? Birthday wish.
Bali sa akin yung birthday wish ko is sana itong season 13 na to is makuha na talaga nila yung champion na pinapangarap nila. Kasi yung lahat naman ng player gusto maging champion. So sana ito na yung time ng anak ko na makuha na niya talaga yung pinaka-dream niya na maging champion sa MPL.
Hindi po malabo yun dahil they're really doing well. Ngayon, pupunta na po tayo sa ating Game 2. Kaya bato na natin sa ating mga casters. Alright, let's do it together. Casters, pasok!
Thank you so much, Warren Hans. And that was King Kong's family. Happy birthday, King Kong, who's celebrating it right now, having their match. Have a great day and have a great match.
Hopefully, could channel some of that birthday wish.
The birthday buff.
Yeah.
The birthday buff.
Yeah. You know, this sort of reminds me of what happened to me in my 10th birthday. I was in a computer shop.
Yeah.
And then I lost terribly. And at one point I was just screaming out, guys, it's my birthday.
Did everyone let you win?
No. They were ruthless.
That was so cruel.
Similar to how Minana Evos right now, ruthless. I think they got the birthday buff of King Kong. They're like, oh, it's his birthday? Let's make it a happy birthday for sure.
They've taken out the hour out of King Kong in the first game.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how that goes, because I believe it's still the chip, man. It's still the chip. It was the main question of the draft, like, how will the chip, like, yeah, you get the vision, you get the portal, you have control over the map, kind of like a Luo Yi kind of thing.
He still has 0% win rate, by the way, right?
Yeah, but this is the problem. You're forced to even go in the portal, but the problem is when your team is actually amped up like that with a great amount of snowball, How can you even defend in that Harris and Phoebus pick in this batch, even the first match of the weekend? It's scary. I think Chip right now, I think still they need to not use it at some point. Not yet, maybe.
Like, I personally want to still see the Chip somehow work.
Yeah.
I would love to see it, because obviously it's great. Shortcut's great. The fact that he can roam around with his own portals is great, but I want to see one of these teams get a victory with it and then kind of base it from there, because so far, yeah, he struggled. Let's put it that way. But even so, even if Escalera had a better game there, the entry points, the fact that they had to deal with a Harith who was scaling crazily, I don't think it would have made much of a difference with the draft that they had here. So let's see what the adjustments are for this one.
Yeah, what do you think about this? Chat, comment down below, because we're heading to the second draft of this series with hashtag MNNE and hashtag ONIC Philippines, because you can win 1,000 diamonds if you actually comment down. But don't forget, you need to be a subscriber in YouTube and MPL Philippines, or your fortune could be voided. But this time around, since Blue Side is with ONIC Philippines, they get a hand of the Frederick.
Yeah.
I'd want Fredrin at my birthday. I'd want him there.
Oh, you want Fredrin as a guest on your birthday?
Yeah.
What? That would be fun.
Cosplayer, Fredrin.
I would.
Would you do that for me, Redmar? Would you cosplay as Fredrin for me?
Brother, why not?
All right.
Why not? Don't ask me to cosplay as a Kai or I will hit you. Minana Evos, go ahead. Of course, you're going to be picking up the Harith, so Dominic's going to be getting it back. Let's see if ONIC's going to pick up heroes that could give Harith a little bit of a struggle here. Things like Lilia, now that the Vixana's taken away, so Minana Evos are sticking to those main magic damage dealers. It's a carry. Okay. I mean, because of the shields that Minana Evos has, having the true damage of the carry would help out. And ONIC's going to be going for that low Yi.
Okay.
So it's going to be a different strat. I wonder, though, someone told me that when they see ONIC, they're thinking, what if they decide to draft the route of Rebellion Esports in MPL Indonesia? What if later on we'll actually see a Kaja paired up with this Loyi for ONIC if it's not banned out?
And that's a terrible thing to think about in team fights. Even the surprise of the diversion. And ONIC Philippines has been doing well with this pick, the Loyi pick specifically. But this time around, they have more coverage. And it's, less of a chip, but more with the damage of the burst here with the Loyi.
What's the best answer to the Harith right now? Is there something that you could immediately pick up?
Nothing has popped up yet. I mean, as much as possible, you just want to make it difficult for him, just control him. In terms of the lane matchups, oh, there, Minana Evos banned it out. Okay, good call by Minana to take out the Kaja.
You were seeing it perfectly.
Franco's still open. I wonder if Minana will ban it. But yeah, in terms of the lane matchups, I'm not quite sure yet. We're still waiting for word. I mean, the patch did just come out. So we're still waiting to see. Everyone just agrees, though, Harith is OP.
Completely OP. And you were questioning about Naisun how to even compliment this Harith?
I love that poster. Kaizen, the new crush of the country.
Ang bagong crush ng bayan.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. The new crush of the bayan.
I think it gives an aura to players when your hair is like completely perfect and it's like covering your eyes.
Yes.
And you've mentioned the too. You've mentioned it perfectly, remember? Like the Kaja and the Franco going back into this draft and having the presence of the Luo Yi. You don't want that.
Yeah. You know what'll hurt even more if Minana Evos steals away a Minotaur here. Take it up. If they steal away a Minotaur, maybe we might actually Escalera bring up something like let's see. Let's look at Escalera's hero pool. Man, you have a lot. I wonder if they'll consider something like a Kufra. Do something to block those dashes. And now the Kufra or Ruby, but the Ruby isn't actually that great for ONIC. We shall see. Come on, steal the Minotaur away, Minana Evos.
If they do get the Minotaur, man, like there's so much knock-up and CC available to them in these exchanges, in these team fights. So I would see them really working well with the Minotaur if they do want to pick that up, but we'll see if they actually want to go that route. There's still some other good options as well. But, you know, the fact that they did take out that Kaja, it's... Whoa!
It's a Grok instead. Okay.
They're really just taking away comfort picks from Escalera.
Okay, okay. So they're trying to get their hands out of this time for the Grok, okay. So will ONIC Philippines get that? Well, with the Minotaur now being open...
Yeah. I mean,
what's the catch for the Harith?
It has to be using the Minoan Fury to force out dashes from this Harith. just do what you can to put him in a position where instead of trying to get a synchro vision off, he's actually going to be using what he has to just dash away instead. Oh, Masha. Oh, they're going for the pure burst. Although this could still be EXP, but I'd rather see this in... No, Rome? Not sure. We'll see. Okay, so it's Rome, Masha.
Was that the KOF voice line?
It is.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Mai Shiranui.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten this KOF skin yet with a gold game ID tag. You
ID
better
tags.
Yeah, you better get your hands on this because it's only 6 days till you get that limited edition ID tag. But how is this Masha going well with the Rome role? With the patch, will it work?
She scales up. Her ultimate hurts way more now. We felt it earlier. We were playing ranked earlier, and I think it was... Who was I playing with? No, Burrito. The Filipino broadcast was just absolutely destroyed by Masha. So Squishy Hero is not good. That might actually what they're going to be doing. Use the Masha Thunderclaps to actually burst down the Harith.
Okay. Masha could be OP, but the Ruby... How is this catch? How is the I'm offended now? Because you were mentioning about they were shortening down the choice of Escalera, but with the presence of a Harith and as well as of Exana, this could be a non-stop disco for this Harith. Synchro Vision Salmon Force in.
Yeah. I like how you put it, a non-stop disco. So now it's Minana Evos playing a lineup that's more divey, similar to what ONIC had. I mean, actually, no, it's still a similar approach in terms of the playstyle they have. But they have way more control, which I like.
Looking at this lineup rating of ONIC and Minana Evos, there's a bit of a difference, but how is this going to work? Well, let's see how this goes for ONIC Philippines. Will they have the chance to push to a game number 3? Comment down below, chat. Hashtag ONIC, hashtag MNNE. And be sure that you are a subscriber to qualify for that 1,000 diamonds. Because we're going to choose from YouTube. And for those of you in TikTok, be sure to hit that power tap or do the power tap to secure the TikTok goodie bag lottery.
You gotta power tap it. You
Yeah,
can't just
I
do a
have to
regular
feel
tap?
it. Yeah, I have to feel it.
What's the difference between a power tap and a regular tap?
I believe in some, it's a term for like, I could tap faster than anybody else and get that goodie bag for yourself.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see if ONIC Philippines can do a power tap for this time around. It's game number 2. Will they force a game number 3? Let's see how this goes.
Okay. This one, this time around, and I'm just gonna say I think King Kong will have a better time, obviously, with the Fredrin. We already talked about it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Emblem-wise, anything sticking out?
Just looking at it, a lot more ruptures for ONIC though. So they really want to chase that penetration, considering that they're up against a pretty tanky lineup in Perkziva and Kazen's Grok and Baksha, respectively. I wonder if Escalera somehow... Nope.
Nope, he's just getting vision, trying to poke in for Kazen. Loving that skins effects right now of the KOF.
That is
beautiful.
The sound effects, the sound bites, throwback.
Yeah. So nostalgic.
Man, Kazen. Oh, there's the sidestep. Okay, so
Escalera just trying to delay everybody out of Minana Evos. Meanwhile, Perkziva has his eyes on King Kong.
Oh, can he? Can he? Oh, all right. I ran out of time, I think.
Pretty much a whole lot of the same thing happening on other sides.
Yeah.
With both junglers, both roams doing what they can here.
Yeah, the roams right now are just like mosquitoes to the junglers. Like, get off me! No, get away from me! Oh, but he's a big mosquito!
Oh,
okay.
Super Prince.
Able to get the flicker out.
The combo is ready.
Okay, no one's level 4 yet. They don't want to pull the trigger just yet, too, because we got Turtle coming up here in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, level advantage here for Kazen. King Kong was completely thrown out of his rotation, so let's see if Minana Evos will get this turtle without a problem.
Okay, that's the question. Who's going to get this first objective? Escalera and Kazen are here.
Yeah.
No level 4 yet for Super Prince.
Yeah.
No contest from King Kong, dude.
No, they're respecting this. ONIC Philippines is respecting this, and they're giving it away to Minana Evos.
Okay. Still doing a job. Escalera, though, there. And the rest of the team immediately responding. Gonna crash in here. They actually want to go ahead and fight this. Domeng once again with his Omni Force. Escalera taken out. Just look how much damage early on Minana Evos has here.
The Eternal Guard just landing on perfectly. And that was the first kill in the hands of Minana Evos.
Yeah. Wow. Great timing there by Hayes. I mean, that situation is just a tap, but still great timing by half man, half amazing. I always said it like that because his name's Hayes. Amazing.
It could, yeah. It could be an intro to like Yellow Haze's podcast, but it sounds good, man. Like just going back on how Yellow Haze played that so well. Now ONIC, looking back on the player gold, we're looking at how they can utilize their ultimates. Super Friends hit level 4 and Escalera as well. So maybe this time around they can actually counter the aggression that Minana Evos been doing. So far, it's just complete this vision and pokes from Minana Evos, but the focus on the gold lane, Domeng on level 5. Okay, I think that the combo with the ultimate of Perxiva, such as coming from the Grok, is just so beneficial with his Salmon Force.
Gonna use that retribution here. King Kong, though.
Okay.
Now Kaizen gonna jump in, able to dash out of there. So a whole lot happened here in the mid lane, but resulting into a whole lot of nothing for now. So with that, again, you're seeing this. ONIC is trying to find, all right, where can we find a little bit of a win here? We know we have to respect that damage as well being thrown at us from Minana Evos.
Yeah, what is the window they're trying to open here, Renmar?
Which team?
Well, ONIC Philippines.
ONIC?
What is,
The window that they're trying to look for here?
Let the bugs out. Let Perk out.
Yeah,
Perks
man.
has been everywhere.
Yeah, you're going to have to stop Perk, dude. Because really, he's been disrupting the rotation of King Kong. He hasn't stolen any buffs, but this is a way to start it. But no, he's just going to get away. So that's one of the things that you can do to disrupt your the opponent's rotation by literally sending your roamer to disrupt the jungler.
See? I don't know why people don't want to play roam, man. It's still fun. It's your own minigame.
Everyone wants to carry.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
Well, right there, Kaizen going to get that turtle, forcing King Kong back. Man, this is not looking good for these early rotations for ONIC right now. And even so, they're still going to put the pressure here on the buff now. All for the purple buff, make it a little bit harder, but they're going to be bunched up for Super Friends to proc off into the penalty zone. There's the Eternal Guard going to be dropped on. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane as well. Kelra to fall, and now on the top side, Appraiser's Wrath. King Kong's tired of it, gets a kill, and Domeng will fall as well, so trades everywhere.
Yeah, good thing Escalera was down there to respond right away. That was so close, and just looking by the damage, how Domeng went against that Masha, it was too scary for a bit.
Yep. And there we saw the power of the Thunderclap. Actually, you saw it in the little box in front of your screen, the picture-in-picture, that Escalera was timing his Thunderclaps, making the most out of it so that he'll be able to take Domeng down after Domeng dove Kelra under the tower. Meanwhile, in that fight, that was just ONIC being able to avoid a knockup from the Eternal Guard, and Minana Evos were just getting caught off guard with a good turn there by ONIC. A little bit closer now is the gap that they've had, but with all the disruption that Minana Evos is doing, is what this is allowing is relative freedom for Kelra in the gold lane. At some point, they're going to have to send Perxiva and the rest of Minana Evos to disrupt the flow farming of Kelra in the bot lane, or just into any of the side lanes and just push it out. You're gonna need to get a kill onto Kelra.
Oh yeah, but the question right now, how will Minana Evos designate that attention to the gold lane? Because the focus of Perxiva right now has been going with King Kong. Get the vision, get the poke out of this Fredrin, but so far it's just a rinse and repeat thing for Perxiva, and having the control, being a roam right now is so good because you have more ways to utilizing the vision for your team. And just as this, Perxiva doing the same thing again, over and over, trying to delay this purple out of King Kong, and seeing this possibility of King Kong's bounce back in 7 minutes into the game. Perxiva is trying a way to find the divert attention of ONIC.
Wow, that turtle. As we take a look at the hand cam here too from Infinix, man, the turtle's gone. Real quickly here, Minana Evos deals with that, but you know, for most part, for ONIC, it might just be better that they continue to kind of maintain what's going on here, maintain that pace, and then just get ready for this Lord coming up in a couple of minutes. They can deal with that. They know they can fight as well as long as they avoid the chain CC setup potential from this lineup from Minana.
And things to avoid as well, since you've mentioned it, Kelra against this Harith, the scary Harith of this game, actually needs to...
Oh, hold that! Diversion. Hey, he's going to be in trouble! Escalera looking for the last hit. Get him with a thunderclap and on the backside. Gem forcing Domeng back. Do they still want to be able to fight here?
Oh, he missed.
Guardian's Bear going to be there. He gets CC, but Gem, it's the body of Gem still alive. Who will take care just to make sure the Eternal Guard doesn't get him as well. They get a flicker out from Domeng and they retreat from that.
The body of Gem. I mean, well said though. Will they actually commit the diversion? They do. But no, just to clear up the minion wave there in mid. That was a good read on the rotation by Super Friends, actually. The diversion, able to get the info that Hayes was there, and then they called the play. Minana Evos, they could have won that team fight, but Kirk actually missed a big I'm Offended ultimate to pull back at least 2 members of ONIC. Could have been a bigger win for Minana, but just unfortunate that the Ruby missed it. Great call by ONIC, and this is again harkening back to the surprise that they can dish out with their signature low Yi pick. But so far, Minana Evos, we really have to commend them how Perk Ziva and Haze's rotations have just kept the surprise factor at a minimum so far.
They were holding it completely. They know what could happen next. It's just looking by how the lead right now is slowly with Minana Evos. I think one problem that ONIC needs to address is how to manage the wave clearings against the towers of Minana Evos right now. So far, they've taken down bottom from the kill that they had from Domeng, but are gathering more of the portion they can do against the map against Minana Evos. I think the waves has been a great idea to slow things down of ONIC Philippines because they know there's some point in the mid game that they would actually utilize more of their rotations, and they're trying to read through it. I think that's the one that they want to capitalize on.
Diversion.
Diversion to be used. It's just Escalera taking a trip. Perk's going to take that front of the damage here right now, but the Lord's just going to go for a reset. Conceal going to be used. Perks might be looking for his own
Nobody knows that. Domeng
angle.
He spots him.
Escalera there holding Domeng back. Gets his Dom and force out. Gonna get out of dodge.
Oh!
Away though as Domeng cleans up the kill. Now ONIC down a member. Still taking care and dealing with the Lord here.
He's just taking out 3 bars out of this Masha quickly. Domeng with a devastating damage. He can totally punish 1-2 right away. Who's out of position. Meanwhile, Kaizen, low on mana.
Man, if Kaizen got that stun onto someone, Minana Evos would have called for that fight. Was a shaky moment there for ONIC. But Domeng, you can really see the comfort that he has with this Harith. How he was able to stay cool, calm, and collected up against that Masha. Knowing that he had his teammates there as well, he took a bit of damage, but it was able to regen it and spell vamp it back. But again, another diversion. Escalera deep in the back, but Kirk's checking.
Vision for Escalera. Kirk spots him.
Oh, now Domeng again.
He's low mana.
It's Gem and Domeng.
Oh.
Hayes gonna cap off the kill. Now the fight for the Lord here. Kirk flickers
down.
out. Gonna come down to a King Kong. Taken out. So that'll be the Lord for Kaizen as Escalera falls. ONIC on the run. Kelra and Super Prince will live, but Minana Evos win the fight.
Man. Oh, Domeng! Flicker!
Domeng!
He's not stopping!
And that is the Harith once again in the hands of Domeng. Just causing destruction as now they get ready to march down the mid Lord on the top side.
This isn't just ban Harith anymore, it's ban Domeng. My goodness. The aggression that he has, a good call there by Minana Evos to continue that fight. And they're continuing the push. Look at how brave he is, man. He already has the Blood Wings as well. Look at that amount of shield that he gets and the damage.
And Kaizen has the Athena shield in Perxiva as well. The damage, the movement speed, they can't even manage to catch this Harith. They can't catch Domeng most of the time. Yeah, item check. Item check right now for this Harith. So deadly and devastating for ONIC Philippines to even handle.
Yeah. I think he's going to be similar to the item build path he had earlier. Will be going into the Holy Crystal as the 4th item. Already has the 3 core items. Does Keller have on that carry? But you look there, Gem was the one taken out, and King Kong. Good call by Minana Evos, trying to minimize the damage that they were dishing out on the Lord, because King Kong was trying to stay close to the Lord, so if ever it can go down low, he can still somehow retribution it away. But Minana Evos readjusted their skill positionings and was able to take the Frederick down before the Lord can get to that threshold of retribution.
Domination with this Harith.
Ow.
Oh, Perxiva falls.
Perks. Miscalculation there.
Starting to be there. Kirk now on the run and not going to be able to escape that one either. Kelra
Minana
gets a double here. Yeah, Minana, question mark. What happened there?
All right. Guys, still have towers. Game isn't over yet. But Minana Evos, the 2 frontliners, a little bit too eager to get an opening there for their squad. And for Domeng, actually, he didn't build the Holy Crystal. He went straight into the Divine Glaive.
Wow. They were out of position, probably were thinking something else, but Minana Evos with this lead. Look at the damage. The damage Domeng rising on top of everybody right now. And Super Prince, wait, hold that. Speaking of which.
That's full 5-man.
Diversion play.
I wonder.
Kaizen going to find a whole lot of ONIC into the bush as he gets taken down Now Perks on the front side along with the Eternal Guard, going to force them back. Do they actually want to fight this? Escalera
They're forcing it.
going towards the back. Thunderclap looking for more.
alive?
Can't get the kill though. Oh! Away, he will fall. And it's a trade, but 2 down for Minana Evos.
Hayes doing what he could to help protect Domeng. I saw Masha get knocked up, not completely sure if it was an Eternal Guard or a Wild Charge knockup. But Minana Evos protected their Harith from that Masha. But they don't have one member. It's 4 versus 4. This turtle though, Lord rather, Minana Evos can contest.
Less than half health here. Who's going to be able to pull
Who
this
gets
off?
this?
They're giving the go signal.
No!
Kaizen will get the Lord. They're happy with that as they reset here.
That is retribution. Commending how Kaizen managed to steal it against King Kong. Minana Evos on this lead, on with the objectives. Now slowly they want to clean things up against ONIC Philippines Waves.
It's one of those scenarios was if this was a ranked game, Kaizen would have typed out thanks. He literally just walked up, got the retribution.
In this, he would have said, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Completely stealing it away.
Kaizen, my God, again, this young man has been a bright spot for Minana Evos for 2 seasons now. Ever since that, he's been given more playing time for the squad. And now, Minana Evos are on the way to potentially sweeping ONIC here. Who would have thought?
ONIC Philippines, slowly. They're going to be swept by Minana Evos by taking slowly off their last turrets in mid and in bottom. How can they defend? This is the question. They still have the diversion. Can they reach the back line? I think they're going to do it right now.
Should be able to clear her up here. Trying to hold on to the main
Oh, they know,
lane.
they know.
They spotted.
Yeah.
Play going to be used. Escalera getting spotted out, but they still hold on
And he goes
to
back.
these 2 turrets for now in the base.
Okay, this is the problem. How will they able to reach Minana Evos back line? Because they know what could actually happen. We're seeing more of the defense and defenses of Minana Evos is being invested upon Domi. Now he's farther back.
Yeah.
He's farther back from Minana Evos. Let's see how this works.
Behind enemy lines is Escalera. They're going to lose that turret. So what do they want to play around here? What's the angle?
Oh my God.
Charge with the flicker. Zaman Force as well. Escalera will be able to get away for now. Gem
he's
trapped in the barrier as he falls. Minana Evos gets a kill on the board.
Okay, ONIC, they're just grasping at straws, doing what they can. And you pose the question, how is ONIC gonna be able to reach the backline of Minana Evos like that? Trying to attempt that along with Gem and Super Friends entry and combo.
See if they can do it here. Minana Evos looking
Kurt.
to sweep the series. Calrut gets poked down. Hayes drops the Eternal Guard. Escalera still looking on the backside, but Domeng taken out. Thunderclap comes through. Perks has the immortality, and they're going to retreat here. ONIC on the defense will do it this time.
Okay, looking for a way to capitalize the mistake, but they're not stopping.
Oh,
Nice!
Hazen's in trouble now. Hayes trying to help him out, but Escalera comes in again with the Thunderclap.
Signature low Yi plays here by ONIC, but now Escalera's gonna get punished.
Hayes just flickered in.
Oh, Escalera
Not going
blocked
home.
off by the wall, but he's fine. Gets out.
Wow,
what a play.
ONIC, a round of applause there by that crowd. You see there, the rotation and dispersion combo by Super Friends. Again, that can disrupt the flow of Harith's team fighting alongside with a good entry penalty zone. Gem and Super Friends' combo is how they catch this Harith.
Look at that. Keller's trying to get this Lord.
Going for it here. King Kong able to get it this time, and now can they win the fight? Can they stay
Jumps
alive?
down.
Domeng gets a double off of it. Now ONIC, even with the Lord, can they deal with this push from Minana Evos?
34 seconds for Super Friends to Gem to go back. What do you think? Chat, comment down below. Is it Minana Evos? Is it ONIC?
That was such a good stun there by Perks. Ziva, the wild charge, landing onto King Kong really helped, but Kirk missed again.
We'll see again. Domeng waiting and holding on to that Zaman Force. Lord gonna spawn here. They're gonna deal with it in the base. Drops the Zaman Force now looking for the bite. Escalera
Domeng
goes to the back line. Will force the flicker out. Appraiser's Wrath gonna be used as well. Perks is in trouble as he falls, and now it's Escalera's turn as he gets taken
Gem and
down.
Super Fridge is back.
Minana Evos, can they end the
Gem!
game? Gem jumps in with the penalty zone, but the base is going to be worked
The
on.
base!
And Minana Evos will sweep ONIC Philippines.
They have finished their story. 3 seasons of not making it. And with that, Minana Evos, my goodness, a sweep over ONIC. And you see the emotion pouring out. You know what this win means for them. Wow. Minana Evos. The motivation to go up against ONIC Philippines today. And finally, you've mentioned it, after seasons, you have finally got the right mix.
They're finally in the playoffs. They've hit their magic number of 17, and with an emphatic win at that, with a sweep over ONIC Philippines.
Man, you gotta give it up to the fighting spirit of ONIC towards the end there. Looked like they were pulling some great things off. Even with that combination of sending in Escalera on the Masha and everything, it looked like it would have worked, taking them to a Game 3, but unfortunately for ONIC, as they take their bow here, it wasn't soon enough. Minana Evos on fire, those Neon Tigers able to secure themselves that spot as well.
And ONIC is going to bow out for this one. But Minana Evos, after Season 9, now they're back in the playoffs. Let's throw it over to Mara and Hans together with Minana Evos for the winning interview.
My goodness! They deserve this round of applause. Everybody, let's give it up for Minana Evos! Congratulations! Kay Kaizen naman. Kaizen.
You know, just look at them, Mara. Just look at them.
I am so happy for you guys. Kitang-kita kanina, a lot of them were emotional here. Dahil for the first time since Season 10, nakapasok kayo, you guys are playoff secured! Congratulations! Gaano kahalaga itong moment na ito para sa inyo. I know you guys have worked so hard season after season. Finally, you have it.
Sobrang halaga po talaga nung panalo namin ngayon para ma-secure po namin yung playoff spot. Kasi po, sobrang dami na rin po namin sinakripisyo. Buong team po talaga nagsakripisyo para sa MPL na to. So, all in po talaga kami. Ginagawa po namin lahat ng best namin. And inaalay po namin tong game na to para sa kapatid namin po, si Lancy po. Kasi po, may pinagdadaanan po siya ngayon. So, Lance, kung nanonood ka, para sa ito.
Alam mo, natutuwa ako. Kailangan ko lang sabihin, last time na in-interview ko kayo na teary-eyed ka, I had to say, your journey ends here. But now, you've entered the playoffs. The journey just begins here. Congratulations sa inyo.
Thank you po.
Sarap sa pakiramdam. Again, congratulations, Case. And this time, we're now gonna be giving the floor to someone that we haven't seen in a long time. Hayes?
Hayes!
Nasaan si Hayes? Hayes, congratulations. Previous seasons, you were a coach, you were also a player. Pero ngayon, nagbalik ka onto that desk para maglaro para sa Minana Evos. Kamusta yung pakiramdam na hindi lang kayo nanalo, pero nanalo kayo para sa playoff spot?
Parang walang pressure. Parang hindi ako na-pressure kasi parang kakapasok ko lang tapos parang wala rin akong expectation sa akin kasi parang biglaan lang rin tong lineup namin kasi nagka-problem tapos yun nga, parang hindi, para kay Lancy kasi itong game na to, yun, para kay Lancy talaga to. Tapos, yun nga, tsaka nakapag-playoffs din sa wakas.
Lancy, ulitin na namin, this one's for you, brother. Sana ay nanonood ka para sa Minana Evos. Hayes, this time around, na-mention mo yung all of a sudden biglaan. Na-miss mo ba
yung paglalaro? Kasi I'm sure na it's been a long time since we've last seen you. Kamusta yung pakiramdam na maglaro ulit from being in a coaching position?
Parang feeling ko rookie kasi parang after ilang seasons parang sa game na to kailangan makakapag-playoffs kami pag nanalo. So yun, parang excited na may kaba rin syempre. Pero diyan naman yung mga teammates ko. Yun, para umalalay.
Sharing na naman. Welcome back, Hayes. Maraming salamat.
Welcome back.
And what an incredible win galing sa Minana.
Nakakatuwa. At ito, matutuwa ako kasi i-announce ko na ang ating MVP for Game 2, Siva! My goodness! Kakabalik mo lang, MVP ka, tapos playoff secured, tinalo niyo pa yung ONIC. What are you feeling right now?
Masaya po kasi napag-playoffs na yung mga kasama ko at pati ako pala.
Pati ikaw!
Sa team 1 namin, lalo na kay Miles, maraming salamat sa tiwala, pati kay Boss Ban. Saka sa mga boss namin, manonood.
Maraming mga fans dito natutuwa para sa inyo. Anong mensahe mo para sa kanila?
Maraming salamat sa walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin, guys. Saka sa girlfriend ko na nanonood. Sa family ko at shoutout din kay Yawi kasi bago kami maglaro sa ONIC, ang dami kong tinanong sa kanya, sumasagot siya. Galingan mo dyan, Yawi. Sana ikaw na makalabang ko.
Congratulations to the entire team. Banoobs, congratulations. And you may now take your bow. And towards the playoffs, take your walk of victory. Hans, talagang it's so heartwarming right now dahil ilang season kinailangan sabihin that your journey ends here. But now their journey will continue. And for the first time since Season 10, playoffs secured na sila.
Kung last season kinulang sila ng 1 puntos, ngayon baka sumobra pa and they're gonna have one more step towards that next journey, which is the play-ins.
And now let's take a look at what casters have to say. Casters, pasok!
Thank you so much, Marin Hans. That was Minana Evos saying that win is for Lancy. They swept ONIC Philippines and now finally, correction, after Season 10, now they're back in the playoffs. And what a debut for Hayes and Perks.
Yeah.
And man, that Harith,
broken, bro.
I'm not, I don't know. I'm going to be banning Harith probably in all my games from now on.
I think I'll finally try playing Harith, but probably give up after 2 games in Classic and ban it out.
I know you have a lot of things to talk about, Renmar. Break it down.
Sure, I'll do my best. Perk Ziva on this Grok. One of the things that you can do to disrupt the rotation of a team that like to take control of the early to mid game. Again, this is why I referenced that ONIC PH reminds me of what ONIC in Indonesia likes to play as. Control the early to mid, smother your opponents. So this time, Minana Evos, perfect timing. They brought out a roamer that came from ONIC PH. Now playing with Minana Evos, who is known to be great with smothering his opponents. The times that he got to play last season, he always played heroes that just love to get into the jungle of the opposing team, or surprise the rotations of the junglers, mid, and roamers by catching them off guard, whether as a Cho or a Kufra. In this game, he did it as a Grok, one of the heroes best suited for invading the opposing jungle. He didn't steal objectives, but what he did was stop ONIC from making the rotations they wanted to make confidently. That's why King Kong felt lost for a good amount of this game, because Minana Evos made sure that he was. Paired up or going up against a Masha Escalera, you're going to be expecting Escalera to be doing the same, trying to disrupt Kaizen. So it was a battle of that. But because of the clear speed and rotational speed of one Baksha, there was a time where we saw in the early game, Kaizen had an advantage in the EXP by half an EXP bar. He reached level 4 first, and that continued. When you're going up against a team that has an identity of controlling early to mid, and they don't get to do that, that bleeds out into the sides. That bleeds out into Kelra, that bleeds out into Gem. Now Kelra, again, was able to farm up and match up the farm of Doming up to a certain point. when Minana Evos started to eventually just start winning fights and getting a lot of it. ONIC were matching in the kills. The gold not that far off. But all throughout, it has just been Minana Evos controlling the map, thanks to Perkziva's rotations. I want to put a little bit of focus here onto Hayes and how well he did in this game. You saw what he was like in an interview. If this is your first time ever seeing Hayes perform in MPL Philippines, he just reminded us really well why he is one of the Hall of Legend inductees, one of the first 10 in that, just because of how well he positions and how well he reads the map. We don't exactly know who was the biggest shot caller there for the side of Minana Evos, but I'd like to think that Hayes had a hand in that. With how well he was protecting Domeng at the times where Escalera would dive into the back and try to take Domeng down, it would be Hayes with an Eternal Guard or a first kill to do what he can to terrify, control, to knock up Escalera and make sure Domeng survives. If you look at the carry, of course it's going to be the Harith. Most damage dealt. Perkziva will have the most damage taken. And Kelra, yes, again, got to match the gold up to a certain point. He was getting gold. But the problem was ONIC could barely get the Harith. They got him a few times, and ONIC made the right plays. But there were times where Minana Evos just played the game better, and with an introduction of Perkziva and Hayes into the lineup, now teams will have to watch out for Minana Evos in the playoffs. What flavor of Minana are they gonna get? The Minana that inherited the Ube, or the Minana that we saw today that knows how to be aggressive and take control of the early to mid game by disrupting your rotations with a roamer who's well known for disrupting rotations. As we look back and look at the damage taken here, of course, the two tanky junglers will be taking the majority of the damage for both teams, although Perkziva took a fair amount as well. But we have to compare also the Ruby and the Terizla. They played similar roles here, and though Kirk did not land a lot of the I'm Offended ultimates we'd want to see him land, he was still able to disrupt a few initiations by ONIC with a Don't Run Wolf King, although Gem stood out here more on the side of ONIC because, again, if ONIC wanted to reach that Harith, they would use the Terizla penalty zone entry combined with the rotation and dispersion combination that the Loi has. You know that little thing where if you mismatch the yin and yang symbols, they get that little knockback into the center of the rotation? Yeah, that's the one. A pull-in, sorry, rather, the pull-in. Then that's how that they can disrupt the Harith and hopefully take him down, but we barely saw that. And Minana Evos, again, their theme for the series was they just looked ready to face ONIC. They knew they were coming in with a fresh new rotation. They adjusted their playstyle and rotations, the key to victory number 3 here. And most importantly, they just shut down almost everything that ONIC wanted to do. We didn't see the ONIC we were used to seeing this season throughout the whole series.
Yeah, and Minana Evo stepped up. Again, ONIC has been dominating a lot of matches. They have been dominating winning streaks. And how could they do that? Well, they need to study how they couldn't actually counter the Sonics today, and they completely swept it. Amazing matches are ahead. Meanwhile, I think Antianar has a bit of a news for us while all of this is happening. Let's get onto it on what's news going to bring to us in the table for the global events in MLBB.
Magandang buhay mga ante. My name is Auntie at isang linggo na naman ang nakalipas. Meaning isang linggo ng latest scoop ng may init na MLBB Esports Chika all around the world na naman ang ating pag-uusapan. Dito lang yan sa Ang Chika with Auntie Nara. Unang destinasyon, Malaysia. Ang bida ng chika nating ito ay ang MPL PH alumni na si Reflecia. Nagpaandar na naman siya mga ante. Kaya ang kuya mo Reflecia, palong-palo sa MPL Malaysia. I-remind ko lang kayo ha, noong MPL Philippines Season 4, nagpaandar din si Reflecia with his iconic arrival play. At animo, replay lang ang kanyang ginawa para sa kanyang kuponan last week. Can you imagine? Kaya kung hindi mo alam kung paano gamitin si Chip, say no more. Paano ba naman? Nag-segue ang kuya mo kalaban nilang Bounty Esports. Kalaban nila ang nagde-defend na Arlot, si Evos mula sa MDL Philippines Season 2 at napa-Avengers Assemble siya. Pasok mga kakampi ang kanyang naging call, kaya na-end nila ang kanilang mga laban. At sa ngayon, top 4 lang din naman ng Todak sa MPL Malaysia with 3 weeks left lang sa kanilang regular season. And that's Reflecia. Kaya naman, next stop, let's fly high butterfly to Indonesia. Si Iidolo pala ito eh. Aura ni Yawi nagbabaga sa MPL Indonesia. Matapos ang mga aksyon last week, top 2 na ang Aura Fire ni Yawi. Ganoin! Bumagsak sa kanilang kamay ang Alter Ego at Dewan United noong week 5. Kaya naman super lapit na ng standing nila sa Bigatron Alpha na kinabibidahan ni Eman. Walang eme ang redemption arc ng Aura. Isipin mo, from the bottom seed 2 seasons back, ngayon they are at the top of the food chain. Todo na to, Aura. Kaya naman sa susunod nating biyahe, Saudi Arabia, RRQ Akira, NTT7 at Zeno Esports. Pasok na sa MSC 2024 wildcard na mga kupanang na ito. Kaya naman chikang MSC naman tayo mga ante, RRQ Akira at NTT7 ng MPL Latam Season 1, kanila na ang kanilang wildcard spots. Pero isa lang sa kanila ang diretso sa group stage, kaya tuloy pa ang fight. Top seeds ang dalawang ito ng kanilang groups, kaya ngayon, magtutuos at magpupuksaan pa sila sa isang best of 7 series. Ang magwawagi ay skip to the group stages habang ang isa ay may chance sa wildcard ng MSC 2024. But wait, there's more. Zeno Zenith from the M Challenge Cup sa Mekong Grand Finals, sweep ang naganap at may ticket na rin sila sa wildcard ng MSC 2024. Kabilang sa kanila ang RRQ Kaito alumni na si Shocker at Coach Carlo ng Game Lab noong MDL Philippines Season 2. Kaya naman masasabi nating basta Pinoy, palaban. Global at all around the world sila dyan, mga ante. Go, go, go. At huling biyahe, back sa Pilipinas. Kasi ang silab, paiinitin ng MWI 2024. Sa lahat ng bagong tutok lang, silab ang ating qualifiers para sa Road to MWI. Ang all-female MLBB event na gaganapin din sa Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Kailangang abangan nyo ang silab qualifiers dahil gaganapin siya live sa Shooting Gallery Studios kasabay ng MDL Philippines Season 3 Playoffs. Punta na sa May 10 hanggang 12 mga ante at isang palakpak ang deserve ni Moonton for creating opportunities para sa ating Filipina athletes nang ma-break it down na ang gender barrier sa esports. Kaya naman, ang dami kong chika. Super saya talagang lumipad all around the world. O mga ante, nakikinig kami sa mga hanash nyo sa mga community groups ha? Kaya kung meron pa kayong may init na MLBB esports scoop all around the world, spill the tea, okay? Abangan ng iba pang mga international chika next week, tutok na sa ang Chika with Auntie Nara. At sa ating pagbabalik sa MPL Philippines, susunod na ang star match of the day ng Echo at TNC. Kasing init ng labang ito, ang init dito sa Pilipinas, kaya naman drink your water, MPL fan. Huwag kayong aalis at tumutok lang dahil MPL Philippines Season 13 will be right back.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
I think the opportunity or the idea for Silab came from these girls because they saw, a better way to actually approach esports in general. Not esports, let's say, exclusivity in a way. So they understand that, the girl gamer tag is, at the same time a good thing as well as a bad thing. So that's one of the things that I really like about these girls because being called a gamer girl can sometimes be positive but can also be negative in a way because all of us are gamers. No, uh, the one thing that is kind of unique in terms of esports, not included in conventional sports or physical sports, is that we are all basically the same when it comes to digital games, right? It doesn't matter what your gender is, all the opportunities are there for you, front end, back end, it's all the same. It's just that the opportunities and the consistency of those opportunities that are given to women to perform at their best when they want to perform their best. So I think that's one of the things that ignited Silab for all of us. And I think the opportunity to work with Munton gave us, a really good starting point into creating this movement. So I think I can definitely say that this is just the start, and that these women will do a lot more, not just for MLBB, but for the entire esports industry as a whole. And it will change drastically in the next few months for sure.
Thank you so much, Sir Jam. I think the next question would be for Gwyneth. You have, a lot of experiences when it comes to representing the Philippines in regional and also national tournaments. Ano lang siguro yung thoughts mo about this initiative, especially ladies? We have ladies up here who are actually leading this movement, this tournament for you guys.
Actually, no, today ko lang siya nalaman, and it's very overwhelming for me na parang nakaka-proud din na while they started this movement na kami yung parang nauna dito, na parang kami yung pwedeng tingalain ng tao or pwedeng tignan na okay, andyan sila, hindi imposible. Parang it's like a dream come true for a lot of girls, especially for someone like me years ago or someone like now. I never thought na may ganitong opportunity na pwedeng mangyari. So, for me talaga, it's overwhelming and heartwarming overall na more and more nabibigyan ng chance ang women sa esports industry.
Here are some fun facts about the first 4 weeks of MPL Philippines Season 13. There have been 5 times where the losing team ended the game with 0 kills. This happened once to TNC Pro Team and Blacklist International, and a whopping 3 times to Smart Omega. AP Brand delivered 2 of these exciting performances when they faced TNC Pro Team and Blacklist International. So now let's switch on over to the players that are the hardest to take down in MPL Philippines. Few, Ogwen, and Kyle Teasy of AP Brand are tied at 3rd with 6 games won with 0 deaths. Jem and Kelra are tied at 2nd with 7, and at number 1, AP Brand's Super Marco has won 10 games where he remained deathless. Before we go on to our final fact, let's take a quick look at the longest and shortest games of the season. In Week 4 Day 1, Smart Omega swept TNC Pro Team and delivered the shortest game of the season at 11 minutes and 33 seconds. But going all the way back to Week 2 Day 3, AP Brand and Minana Evos still holds the longest game played this season at 34 minutes and 31 seconds. Let's take a look at the undefeated heroes per position and the players playing them in the mid-season undefeated Hero All-Stars. At Rome, Escaleras, Arlot, and the Florin of Spider Miles have 4 wins apiece. In mid, Few and Lancy have 4 wins with the Faramis, but Few also has his Vexana in the list. In the EXP lane, Gem isn't so hidden anymore, as his Terizla has 6 undefeated games in the season. Special mention to Flap TZ CC, who has 5 under his belt. The King of the Jungle, King Kong, has 4 undefeated games with Baksha, while his fellow star Kelra in the gold lane has 4 undefeated games with Claude. That's it for the fun facts for the first 4 weeks of MPL Philippines Season 13. I'll see you on the next one. If you were a talent in MPL Philippines, what would you be? Would you be one of our hosts like Mara and Hans, warmly welcoming the audience when you open the show, doing the pre-show and pre-game segments during breaks and the lead-up to matches, interviewing players, personalities, fans, while also being the last face and voice of the people here, and of course, being able to say, Casters, Paso. Or would you be the desk anchor, the head of the table, tasked with driving the conversation and pointing the spotlight of storytelling? They are the
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Have you heard the rumors?
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
He's coming!
What happened?
They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming!
Impossible! Get him out of here!
He's coming! He's coming for us!
Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king!
malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. Kausap natin ngayon ng mga manlalaro mula sa Echo, the San Brothers. Kamusta na kayo? Ang init ngayon, no?
Ang init po kaya wala po kaming jacket ngayon.
Kaya wala kayong jacket ngayon. Eto, alam nyo, lately, a lot of people may LSS ngayon. So ano ba yung anong song kayo? Anong nasa stuck sa isip nyo? Anong song na LSS?
Sa akin po Tell Me It's Not a Dream tsaka The Reason of My Smiles po.
Oh, dalawa yun.
Opo, always
Okay, ano yung una?
Tell Me It's Not Dream. It's Not a Dream po.
Tell Me It's Not a Dream. By who?
10cm po ata. Di po
Tensi,
siya.
paano yun? Hindi ko alam. Paano siya?
Parang You're the light to my darkness. Parang lang po.
K-pop ba yun?
Opo.
It's
OST po siya ng Queen of Tears.
Okay, ano yung pangalawa?
The Reason of My Smiles po.
The Reason of My Smile? Sino yung reason ng smile mo?
Wala po.
Wala. Okay, okay. The Reason of My Smile by?
BSS po.
BSS. Okay, paano siya? Paano? Iham mo.
Wala,
Or-
nakalimutan ko po eh.
Iham mo lang, hum.
Paano ba?
Paano ba yun? Kasi ako hindi ko alam yun eh.
Wala po, di ko po nakalimutan ko po eh.
May dance step ba yung first one? Ano ulit yung first?
Tell Me It's Not a Dream po.
Tell me it's not a dream. Okay, may dance ba yun? May TikTok ba yun?
Wala po eh.
Wala rin.
Marami lang po umiiyak sa kanta na yun.
Maraming umiiyak. Tell me it's not a dream and you're the reason for my smile.
smiles. Yeah.
Parang mga trip mo yung mga love songs ba to? Sino ba yung iniisip mo ngayon? Kasi usually pag may LSS, di ba? May iniisip. Sino ba?
Si ano po, Hong Hain.
Ah, okay. Celebrity pala, kala ko naman. Celebrity pala yun. Okay. Si Sanji naman, ikaw, ano yung song na LSS ka ngayon?
Ano po? 14.
Paano yun?
Ano?
By who?
Silent Sanctuary.
Okay, paano siya? Kunyari, sige ko, iham mo.
Tanan, tan, tan, tanan.
Oh, siya nagbigay ng dalawa. Oh, pumapalakpak sila sa labas. Oh, di ba? May ano kami dito. Okay, ano yung pangalawa? Siya may dalawa eh.
Rebound po.
Rebound. Ikaw mga love song, ito rebound. Okay. Okay, yun yung team. Paano yung rebound? Iham natin. Paano yun? Nagko-call a friend ba tayo kay Carl? Paano daw yun, Carl? Paano daw yun? Iham mo lang. Iham mo. Hindi daw niya alam eh. Ikaw naman. Paano ba? Iham mo.
Rebound mo lang pala.
Rebound ka lang pala. Ang lungkot naman ito. Alright, ano nga ba ang song na LSS kayo? Write it down on the comment section below. And for now, punta tayo sa kabilang panig ng TNC. Hans, pasok.
Okay, Mara. This time around, nandito naman tayo sa side ng TNC Pro Team kasama si Beanie Ryzen at si Beanie Yoshi. Okay, lipat nga na sa kanila. Diyan. Okay. Just in case, guys, na hindi nyo alam, ang paboritong kanta as of the moment ni Yoshi ay
Pantropiko.
Pantropiko. Kaya ang init-init dito sa Pilipinas. At ang paboritong kanta ni Ryzen ay
Salamin.
Dalawin mo. Para kunyari, gets talaga. Salamin. Go.
Salamin.
Yan ang sinasabi ko sa inyo. Yun talaga yung favorite niya. So, this time, Yoshi, tetestingin ko kung gaano ka-bloom. Okay? So, complete mo lang yung lyrics. Feels like summer when I'm with you.
Sa islang pantropiko.
Oh, pwede. Okay? Isa pa. Oh, alam mo yung sayaw?
Hindi.
Ay, hindi niya alam yung sayaw. Pero, bibigyan mo pa ba ng isa pang line? Bibigyan ko pa ng isang line. O, sige. Bawat araw mas sumasaya.
Magmula nang nakita ka.
Panis! Basic na basic. Okay. Beanified, certified bloom si Yoshi. Ikaw naman. Salamin. Alam mo yung step. O, sige. Yoshi, ganito gagawin natin, ha? Sige, ikaw naman umawak ng mic. Itapat mo sa akin. O, tapat mo sa akin. Kasi gagawin namin yung steps, eh. So, step 1, ganon. Gagawin mo. Yan. 1, 2, ganon. Yan. Okay, mabilis, ha? 1, 2, 3. Tama? O, isa pa. Ikaw lang. Yan. Okay. Isa pa, ha? Kompletuhin natin. Tapos, gaganon ka. 1, 2, 3, 4. Isa pa. O, ikaw lang. 1, 2, 3, 4. O, diba dito kami nagpa-practice? Okay. O, gawin natin, ha? Ganon. Yung counting. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay na. Okay, isa pa. Last na. Kailangan may kanta eh. Sige, ako nang bahala. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Salamin, di naman ba sabi. Isa pa. Salamin, di naman ba ako papansinin. Anong masasabi mo? Anong masasabi mo na na-complete mo yung choreo na yon at may laro pa kayo mamaya?
Masabi ko.
Wala na siyang ibang kailangan pang sabihin. Maraming salamat. Eto na, TNC kontra Echo. Casters, pasok.
99! One more! One more, dude! You can do it! Come on!
Okay, we're on camera.
Oh, okay. Oh.
We were just the human dumbbells of Naisu, and it's us! We bear bros. I'm OSX. This is Naisu. He's made of stone, and that's Renmar. His heart is full of love.
What? I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Say, what is he made out of?
Love. And it's us. Yeah, you know. We're back. We're back at the desk. Okay, it's Echo versus TNC Pro Team.
Yeah.
A lot has been discussed. Man, keep your biceps to yourself. And now we're going back to the match because this is TNC Pro Team and Echo. Because before we head on to the match, we have just talked about on how TNR broken down some MLBB news. Why am I so close to the side?
It's all right, man.
Okay. So,
just navigate towards me. It's okay.
Okay. Man.
Gravitational pull.
Wow. You think you have better gravity than me? Grabe.
I mean, statistically, he does because he's bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you then.
Yeah.
Okay, right now. Look at this. Look at that. That's our headline. In few minutes from now, TNR just broken down what happened in Indonesia, in Middle East, in Saudi. The global news. TNR has been giving us global announcements of what could have been on how the teams are grinding up in their own season. Because from that, well, teams should actually be prepared. But before, let's talk about the headline of the day. Can TNC's Flame hold out against Echo? Mind you, Echo is water type because they're Orcas, but TNC, they're Flames.
Yeah, I guess that's... You did?
Whoa!
Wow,
Well, that
see?
was a flame.
See that?
Every week, man.
TNC may be threading on fine line, but their chances of qualifying for the playoffs remain. The Phoenix Army chances may be dependent on the results of other matches, especially if they fail to hold out their flame against Echo.
I like this because there's two scenarios painted a picture here. So if TNC loses versus Echo 0-2 and Black wins a game against Omega tomorrow, TNC will be eliminated from the playoff contention. If they lose versus Echo 1-2 and Black wins the match against Omega tomorrow, TNC will be eliminated from the playoff contention. In other words, this is pretty tough for TNC ahead of us.
They need to win, man. Oh my God!
Wow.
Whoa, yo!
See?
Oh.
Water type.
All right. So if TNC has scenarios to make it into the playoffs, Echo has scenarios to make it through the non-play-ins route. For Echo to secure a top 3 spot, their points must be greater than the max possible points of RSG. So if Echo gets past RSG's 31, then yeah. Good news for Echo, they're going into the top 3 slots and they won't have to go through the play-ins. Meanwhile, the best case scenario for Echo, win Echo's matches this week and RSG to lose 1 match or 2 matches. So Echo need to win their 2 matches this week and hope that RSG loses theirs so that they will secure the top 3 slot to avoid the play-ins round.
So much numbers, but that is just the playoffs contention, even the life of TNC Pro Team. Again, they're hanging on a thread. Yeah. How about the Gauntlet playoff now, Naisu? What is that way in this match?
So the top 3 teams will no longer have to go through the play-ins, basically, since they are seeded straight into the upper bracket. That's exactly what we're talking about here. That is up for grabs for these teams, chasing those top 3 spots.
Yeah. Speaking of up for grabs, I think there are something else up for grabs for our viewers.
There are. And as we mentioned earlier, everybody watching on the YouTube streams right now, don't forget to subscribe first. All the English international viewers out there, make sure you subscribe to the channel you're watching. Let us know as well. Comment down hashtag Echo or hashtag TNC with your game and your server ID. Don't forget the server ID for a chance to win and be one of the 4 winners of 500 diamonds.
And don't forget to be a legit subscriber of MPL Philippines. Mind you, that could be forfeited.
I was going to say, how do you be a fake subscriber?
Well, maybe just comment down his like IGN and stuff and then forget to subscribe in MPL Philippines.
That's true. I like it. I'm with Francis on this one, Nice.
all right.
Need to be sure. Get on his level, bro.
I want to be a legit subscriber as well. Actually, I am.
We all are.
These guys are legit.
Here are our marshals who will officiate the match. They ensure the fairness and integrity of the games. They are legit. Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert.
You know, out of everyone here, I like Jeff the most. You know why?
Why?
It's simple. I'll keep it a secret.
They receive legit.
Undefeated in Week 5 with sweeps against Omega and RSGPH. They currently hold an upper bracket slot, but can they stay loud and proud for their dominance to echo? The history of MPL Philippines is filled with miraculous moments in the danger zone of missing out on the playoffs yet again. Can they pull off a miracle and always rise as TNC Pro Team? And our coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Ben Finks. MPL Arena, welcome to the final match of Week 6, day number 1. Let's give a round of applause for Echo and TNC!
That was a great entry, but now we look at this Echo lineup. We have Daddy JP for this one.
I love it. This time around, we'll see exactly if they can get closer to locking in that slot, the top 3 like we talked about here. We've seen some good things from Echo. Honestly, though, we've seen them be a little shaky at times. And I'm wondering again if this is the time where they've kind of perfected things as they get ready to end the regular season.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team, the question is, can you convert an early game lead to a mid-game, late-game finish, finally end a game? That's been a question for TNC Pro Team in Season 11, and now here in Season 13, old habits seem to haunt them. Nomad has been a star for TNC Pro Team in all of the game victories of TNC. They've won 3 games this season. Nomad has been MVP for all of them.
First Savage, by the way.
Yeah, and he got the first Savage of the season last week as a Bruno.
Yes, correct.
You're right. Thanks for reminding me.
You're welcome.
First Savage of the season. By the head-to-head, looking at this, we were seeing a mix of KDA, but one thing to note as well, looking at this Pentagon, there's a lot of things to fill in by TNC. For Echo, it's a slow and steady approach at how to polish things with this kind of draft, and especially with their own composition, rather.
It's the thing I always say when we watch TNC play, man. A lot of the times they are able to play quite aggressively. They get the fire, the flames going, and then unfortunately it just, that hot gets burnt out. And, I know we talked about elements here, but that's to say they have to overcome this element. They have to overcome Echo here, and we'll see if they can pull it off.
Bro, look at Benny Cutie's KD.
It's insane.
13.29.
Wow.
To Nomad's 2.86. Yeah, Nomad got the first Savage of the season, but Benny Cutie's just been consistent all this season. Nice, what you mentioned earlier. Echo has been quite shaky at times, and that I agree. We've seen that happen, but Benny Cutie has been consistent for Echo. And dare I say, the playstyle of Echo really. They know how to take care of their gold laners. Or maybe they just their gold laners take really good care of themselves. That's a question for later on, but now let's look at the Infinix keys to victory. As the question for now for Echo is, Carl Tusok is back. Carl Tusok, the Carl who stabs. That sounds like I'm incriminating him for something. Assassins, again, are back into the meta. Let's see if that's actually going to be an option for Echo, a more assassin-focused hero for Carl TZ. Polish how you utilize your trades for TNC Pro Team. That's one of their problems, where it looks like, okay, TNC, you can fight this, wait, you're over-fighting this, wait, you've lost the trade. Again, the trade is when we talk about, you know, you're sacrificing a turret for a fight or a hero for another, stuff like that. So make sure you polish how you utilize it, because that's been biting you in the butt all throughout this season.
Well, that hurts, because right now, I love the keys to victory number 3, because strategize a new pattern. Again, TNC, they're hanging on a thread. With this new patch, I think things could still be in their favor. But for those of you who's watching us on TikTok, MPL Philippines live stream viewer awards are now available. Come and watch MPL Philippines matches in TikTok to join the goodie bag lottery and be one of the lucky winners.
Don't forget, it's very easy to join. All you guys have to do is follow the steps. So go over to TikTok, go to the MPL Philippines TikTok channel at MPL PH_official.
Do it.
Click the official live stream, do that as well, and then click on the top left corner to join the goodie bag lottery. And as Francis likes to say here, power tap. Don't break your phone though.
Don't.
Oh wait, so power tap is multiple taps. I thought it was literally just
one.
Yeah.
I was on the same brain wavelength as you.
Right?
Apparently we are thinking differently here.
Yeah, Naisu and I were the same length.
Really?
Wonder what that says.
Well, I learned it from TikTok veterans. I think that's how they do power tap to get their luck on the goodie bag lottery. Depends on what wavelength you are, but you can actually win this one if you power tap correctly when the base is about to end. But be sure that you're a subscriber, but it could be forfeited.
Yeah.
Depends.
Good luck, everybody. Whoa.
Subscribe, y'all.
Let's have a look back on the patch notes. 1.8.78. So much difference right now, Renmar.
Yeah, we'll just have to mention real quick here, Claude is not part of the heroes affected by this patch. Was shown earlier, but yes, just to make sure everything is all settled, Claude not part of the patch changes.
You know, with some of the changes that have gone here now, the first series, I feel like it's a little too early to say, you know, we saw some difference, of course, for the jungles. We saw we still saw Fredrin, we still saw Bakja.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good thing, especially for Carl. Is he actually going to be the one to pull out maybe the Lancelot again, maybe an assassin hero for this one?
I love that you mentioned Carl, because will there be an assassin pick this time around? Comment down below, chat, with hashtag Echo and hashtag TNC, because you're up to win 500 diamonds. Well, cross that out.
Yeah, that's not an assassin.
That's Barrett's.
That's Barrett. Yeah, that's not an assassin. That's Barrett's. Arlot gets taken up by TNC. And other than it being a flex pick, and of course a power pick as of now, they're taking away a good pick for either Sanford or JP. Echo has had good record with the Arlot multiple times throughout this season. Now next up, you still have Vixana available for Echo if they want to go down that route. Harith was taken out by Echo, so now we're going to be leaning towards a traditional marksman route. Potentially the carry could be picked up here by Echo. If they want to go ahead and prioritize it. Again, she's such a strong pick, and because of the lower physical defense or just the armor all throughout, since with roamers being squishier and fighters being squishier, true damage actually shines. But Echo says, hey, you know, another true thing is that Roger's great, so we're gonna pick him up, and they get a Yuzong for Sanford. I'm already scared for this Nathan, because Yuzong, when he sees a Nathan, is very happy.
And that is the threat of the backline that Echo can do against TNC Pro Team. With this kind of mix, they have the Earl of their priority as well as the Nathan. What could be the possible way to build up with this composition? What could be the answer? Will it be another mage support healing type of fighter, or will it be a roam? Because if with this kind of pick, you need to be sure on how to step up your early to mid game. As in the nature of a Nathan, you need to survive most of those times.
Well, you know, either way, the first phase of the draft for both these teams is something that we even saw from the week before, where there was, you know, very little or no changes for the patch just yet. So nothing too crazy. I guess this is where you can say, all right, well, maybe there's a curveball here somewhere even for TNC. I know that Nathan popped up. You already talked about the Yuzhong doing very well against Nathan. So For TNC, I'm wondering how they want to utilize this. The other question, too, is this Arlott 100% going to the XP lane? Heads has done amazing work with it. Obviously, we have seen very much success with Arlotts in the roam as well. But speaking of Heads,
Highest first blood kill, 7 after week 5.
Hope will find a way.
Maybe that could actually work this time around, because it's either the Arlott, you're pointing out the what if of this Arlott filling the role of XP or roam. Depends, but looking at the bans here, they know how they covered this tracks of the Barretts, probably having a good time early game. You have the X4, Vixana. How's this? They're taking out the Angela as well as the Minotaur. So possibly they're trying to push that Barretts would actually be in the jungle.
Yeah, no, it will be in the jungle at this point. Don't see it going anywhere else unless Echo are going to surprise us and go for what? Mid lane Barrett, similar to what Omega did. But that's not in their DNA. They need more magic damage here. Ruby gets picked up, so that makes sense as a response to heroes that want to get close and dive, a la the Yuzhong and then the Roger. So with TNC drafting a lineup that can be aggressive, drafting a Novaria might not be a good idea here for Echo. You'll still be able to make it work, but it will be tough. But good thing they balance it out, because again, Novaria is risky to play up against high momentum, dive, invade type of lineups. But you balance that out by making sure you have really good wave clear. So that's a traditional pairing with a Kaja and Novaria together, but TNC, surprise, surprise, it's a mid-lane Lunox for Hatred. And she got a buff recently. She moves a little bit faster now with her Order of Brilliance. So it's a good escape tool and even like a chase tool a little bit if you want to take down heroes who are low. And better translation of her spell vamp and magic penetration trade-off depending on what order she's in, whether she's in chaos or in order.
That's a balance that actually you want to see throughout this match, Renmar. Good thing to break down, because right now we're looking at the Echo lineup right into TNC. What do you think about this, YouTube, for those who watch us right now? Comment down below. How is this Lunox debut pick going to work? How is that a rating?
Something was off with the ratings here, I'm assuming, right?
A little bit wonk.
So
Maybe, I don't know.
We'll
see,
sure
we'll
either. I'm used to seeing the ratings at least 4 above.
Yeah.
What is this? This time it's 1, but it will depend on how the draft will look. We're having a last glimpse on this. Let's see how this goes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the last series of the night. You hear the drums, you hear the crowd. Now let's see how will TNC bounce back, or will Echo take the series? Depends how this goes. For those of you, for those of you watching us right now on YouTube, go ahead, comment down with your ID and server ID, whatever you want to discuss, because we're watching and you could actually win 500 diamonds. For those of you watching us on TikTok, be sure to be ready to power tap to take a TikTok goodie bag lottery.
Yeah, you know what the difficult thing about here for TNC is that Echo can literally build a bunch of Radiant armors, and it's not going to be good news for their magic-focused lineup.
Yeah.
Their main damage dealers deal magic.
Yeah, Nathan and, of course, the Lunox here. But we'll see. I think with TNC's lineup, if you really have to consider this, the Lunox works great in the fact that, okay, at least, you know, you can, you have some burst potential, you have some escape as well, but really, I think still you're putting a lot of the weight, the responsibility on TNC's lineup for Nomad once again. And why wouldn't you? He got the Savage last week. Oh, hold on, Heads.
That's not good. Karl-TZ's already TPing, man.
First blood with the recalls right away on the tower, the XP lane.
Yeah, I think Echo knows that this should be a good going for them right now. And this is how you control what TNC can bring out to the table. Make sure you target one lane down. And Benny Curie actually first item was a magic resist cloak. Needs to build that up against a Nathan. So now let's see if he's going to full build that into another magic defense item, or if he's going to go for the damage items already.
That's the question. The pressure right now is on the EXP lane. It's up against Heads. For those of you who are commenting down YouTube, I haven't seen the game in server ID, be sure to be a subscriber to not get forfeit on that. Be sure you're following MPL Philippines on YouTube to get sure that you might get the chance to win those diamonds. But right now, who's going to get this turtle? Echo is on the lead, slowly to the 1.1k. But look at the position of Super Yoshi and Hatred. They got spotted, though, by Sanford.
No contest for the turtle. They gave the brilliance out here, of course, from Hatred. So right now, TNC kind of already, this early on, falling behind. You know, it's these things that kind of compound back and forth. Rising going to jump in, has Super Yoshi and Hatred here with him. Sanford and multiple members here. Stu Ryzen in trouble as he falls in the mid lane. Daytona's welcome. Gonna eat him up, and there's the kill for Carl Teasy on Super Yoshi.
That was a great follow-up by Carl Teasy. Divine Judgment from JP, and the missile expert is completely layering of everything against TNC's takedown from there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for TNC to team fight early on here. Their mid laner and their gold laner very farm heavy. If they want their Lunox to shine again, she doesn't deal much of controllability. She's more damage. If ever the lack of control on the side of TNC might come back to bite them, their only main control in the center of the map is the Ruby, and what slows and a stun by Baksha if shield unity hits.
Oh, that's a combo or even a defense you don't want to be up against. But looking at this Super Yoshi now with the death that he had, he's delayed a bit of a time to hit level 4. But still the focus on the XP and Sanford up against 1 XP from Heads, finally getting to level 4 on Super Yoshi. We're actually putting the question with this kind of composition, how will they counter this vision that Sanji could give for Echo? Because from what we see here is the pressure again for the EXP lane.
They're going to try to make a play here. Dragon Form going to be used.
Oh no.
Fri-Sun could be in a little trouble. He's got the ultimate as well. Fri-Sun's going to be drawn out. Hatred now here, but Sanji follows him, and no one will go down for that exchange. Nomad going to be the one in trouble now, though. JP there to catch him. Perfectly timed, will take him out.
Yeah, that was really smart there by JP. He was actually waiting by the other entropy point of the Nathan. So you saw Nomad at any point he could have gone back. But if he went back, he'd get suppressed, which he did. JP already used the Divine Judgment there.
Okay, slowly getting those turret plates out. That's the second turtle of the game. Echo with only 3.6k. They're forcing everything out of TNC's early game. Because right now, I think there's a window for this lineup to actually work. But so far, they've been pushing everybody out, especially for Super Yoshi and Hatred onto this mid lane. Most of the times that TNC wants to get a vision out of Echo, they lose control on what they want to do. Because the objectives right now, slowly being contested by Carl TZ. He got it? Yeah, I think he got it.
Yep, he got that. Yeah. He's got quite a bit of lead as well on Ryzen, so they don't actually want to even commit to the turtle just yet. Retribution still waiting here, 20 seconds to be up, but Head's going to get in position here. Wonder if TNC even wants to just continue to give this up for now. But that's what I said minutes ago. Compounding effect with decisions like this where it will just continue to build and build, and Echo will continue down the express lane.
Yeah, Carl TZ already has a Radiant armor. I don't see TNC being able to take this turtle away. Yeah, no dice. And Echo, they're showing how you play this kind of lineup. So TNC, we mentioned, they could be high invade, high aggression, snowball maybe even. But Echo balanced that out with a lineup where that shows the other school of thought with the Barrett. Sanford.
Wow. He's going to be fine.
Shaw Essence doing all the work.
Yeah. Are they going to fight this out?
Sanji waiting patiently there.
The duo is here.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to call that off. So still, TNC just kind of scrapping, really trying to find themselves on the board here.
Yeah. JP, is he going to pull anyone? Divine Judgment available for him if he wants to. And yeah, right now Echo are just running away with it. As I was going back earlier, Carl TZ on the Barretts. Barretts, sometimes you want to pair him up with a hero that can speed up the Barretts or that can slow down the enemies of the Barretts. JP, perfect position.
JP going to find him, flickers with a Divine Judgment. Nomad taken out in an instant as Echo finds another kill on the map.
Caught by surprise, and Benny Cutie secures the tower up top. Meanwhile, on mid, trying to throw in the pokes, but that was good positioning by JP, and now TNC once again being forced to take on the resources that they can get. No trace at all.
Oh, Heads gets gobbled up, thrown in the wall. Now trying to live the fight. Still breaking down under the turret they go. That should be a kill as Sanford will fall. Echo getting a little overzealous here. TNC will live though, unless they just want to stall it out a little bit longer.
Yeah, their members were brought low, so they won't be able to defend this turret anymore in the mid lane. So even though Sanford fell, that was a good trade. They lost one player, but heroes respond. Towers do not.
But meanwhile, Medicue trying to chase down Ryzen. He's oppressed.
Ryzen's out of here. Another pick off there. JP with the Divine Judgment.
Yeah. The members of TNC are just getting out-rotated in the mid. Sanji, JP, even Carl TZ are handling the minion waves in mid so well that they can just rotate. Echo are just smothering TNC right now, is the best way to put it. They're smothering out the flames of the Phoenix. TNC can't do anything. It's a farm-heavy mid lane with not a lot of control. How will you... It's going to take a long time until this Nathan and this Lunox are capable to fight.
Yeah, that's the question. Will TNC have the time? Because if we look again with this composition, the things that needs to be in check right now, especially heading to the mid game, is the map awareness and control that TNC can do against Echo. From Echo's doing on how they want to force things out against TNC's waves and turrets, they could be all over the place from top to mid, and that's becoming a problem on how to maintain control. That's the main thing that they need to answer. But now Nomad,
okay, again, he's quite tanky. Sanford there alongside JP. Echo gonna come down as well. Still forcing Nomad back. He's on the run. Sanford, no! He's too much as he takes the kill, and Hatred, even with the brilliance, will ultimately get taken down. And now it's Ryzen's turn. Echo finds mark after mark after mark.
8 minutes with an 8.6k gold league. A dominating kills and starts for Echo. And that is the third death of this Nathan. It's not looking good for TNC.
Hopeful is the best way that you could put TNC's attempt to take down that Barrett. They don't have the items. Massive gold deficit even before this balloon into a 9k gold lead for Echo. Trying to take down the Barretts in that scenario was too hopeful.
Oh, wow, another pull. And there's nothing you can really do against that. With this kind of lead, this kind of power advantage that Echo has, a Divine Judgment, nearly an automatic kill. Basically is.
Yeah, completely a takeaway out of that bunch. TNC, item build, again, it's time. Time needs to be with TNC. The question is, how's the items looking with their time right now?
They need a lot more of it. 2 dominant sizes, no damage item yet on the Arlot, only an anti-Karas on the Baksha. They just built a Starlium Scythe for this Nathan. Already has the Feather of Heaven though, but already the new Great Dragon Spear onto Benny Cutie, which again with the ultimate activation moves much faster now. So you're gonna see this. It's like how dogs get zoomies. Yeah, that Roger's gonna have zoomies later.
That's a good metaphor. Zoomies.
Yeah, zoomies.
You know, dogs or cats. Actually, I think cats have more zoomies. I don't know.
Their zoomies are scarier because they jump.
That's true.
Yeah, cats are super jumpier.
Yeah,
You're a cat dad, you would know.
Yes.
Especially when they see a cucumber.
What the heck?
I've seen some, cat videos being scared of cucumbers. I don't know why.
Random fact of the day from OSX.
I learned something new today. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah.
Thank you. I learned.
For those of you watching us on TikTok, yeah, we're having the real-time win rate of 63%.
I was about to say, comment if you are scared of cucumbers. Conceal!
JP again!
Oh, we didn't get it!
Missed!
Okay, he tried to force that one. Not going to happen this time. Turret shield's going to go down. Daytona's welcome into the wall. Able to find the connection there. One down, but it's Carl that will fall. And now the turret as well. Ryzen's taken out. The 1-for-1 for the junglers. And Echo, even with the lead, will have to back off for now. Happy with that base turret.
Yeah, but the lead right now is really strong. 13k for Echo. They lost Carl TZ. They got the Lord with the push. So far, TNC needs round. There's so much wave clears. This is the problem. How is the wave clear of TNC once another wave hits against their base?
At this point, somewhat okay, but can be better. It's still going to be really tough because they're already a Holy Crystal onto Sanji's Novaria. The Nomad Nathan's going to be the best tool you have for wave clearing. Hatred's wave clearing is not the absolute best as a Lunox. Oh, he has a Holy Crystal though, so might be a little bit better.
Okay.
And already a Blood Wings for Nomad, so he'll need one more damage item to be really felt, but a little bit more survivability is not bad. And you can appreciate how Hatred actually rushed the Divine Glaive and the Holy Crystal. It's like he already knew, yeah, there's going to be a deficit. Let's just rush the big magic power items right away.
Oh. Okay, as we trying to think of a way on how TNC could be hopeful in defending such waves and bigger objectives. Time is what's more than needed for Nomad to activate again their late games at Nathan in any way shows potential of a walking winning condition. But the problem with this is most of them right now are being depleted out of resource. Another purple taken out by Echo, and we have 30 seconds for the next objective to show. So this is the question. Will they keep on following the crumbs that Echo has been setting up just as this? And they're just receiving most of the pokes. The damage from Sanji.
This is at the point where you're kind of just, if you're TNC and you're in this situation, it really comes down to a Hail Mary play. And they actually have a couple options, right? That's either Super Yoshi, able to get a set up with the I'm Offended, or it's Heads. Now, that's where it's like, oh, hold on, this could be it. Benny Cutie, the one to fall now. Can they respond to it? Sanford and Sanji firing off from the backside. Nomad running for the hills as they're going to get cut off here from the Express. And they run it down, but Hatred will fall, and they keep on going. Heads and Ryzen and Nomad get back to the base, and they stay alive for now, TNC.
Okay, win there. They find the gold laner of Echo, but Benny Cutie will be back in time.
They were the cucumber.
Yeah, they were the cucumber. Benny Cutie was.
Is that right?
Yeah. TNC was the.
What's with the cucumber, man?
Like, you're the one who brought it up, bro.
Yeah, but it is.
Now we got incorporated in the cast because if we don't, we seem like bad partners. Here's the cucumber again.
There they go, rolling around. Lord, gonna go for the reset here.
Oh,
TNC looking for their own moment to turn things around. Carl TZ gonna be in trouble, takes quite a bit of damage. JP jumps in though, can't get the kill he's looking for, but Sanford will go into the back line, cutting them off. Head's gonna be the next target. Every member on top of him as his head rolls, and now the lore for the taking.
Another objective for Echo to be taken against TNC. How? That was a good play that JP did, and he managed to use the Divine Judgment against Nomad amidst of everybody.
Yeah, good thing that you pointed that out. Yes, they didn't get the kill onto Nomad after the Divine Judgment, but what that did was it forced Nomad to use the entropy to get on the hell out of there, and then zoned out even more by Sanford, meaning TNC didn't have their main damage dealer within range to sort of shake Echo, or scare Echo back away. So even though it didn't lead to a kill, JP getting that Divine Judgment on that Nathan ended up becoming a big deal for Echo.
Yeah, they completely diverted the formation of TNC.
Yeah.
Completely. And now there's a wave pushing from all parts of the lanes, and there's a Lord in mid. The question is, how can TNC defend? Who can they catch? Who can they hold? Are they just delaying the inevitable?
Okay. Well, they deal with the Lord just like that. JP gonna jump in once again. Super Yoshi trying to help him out. A final slash gonna come through. Carl TZ respecting the damage here from Nomad. They back off. Even a couple of shots, but still let go. Couldn't get that base turret in the bottom lane just yet.
Okay, defense in check.
Yeah, that was actually Super Yoshi being able to interrupt the pull of JP. He got the Divine Judgment off onto Heads, but Super Yoshi came in with a big Don't Run Wolf King and then the ultimate I'm Offended as well. And perfectly, Heads was in the right angle to use Final Slash to send Carl TZ and JP back, meaning that Carl TZ took a brunt of damage. TNC, without the Barretts anymore, had a little bit more room to work with. So Echo still need to be careful, especially with diving under the towers.
That's crazy though, right? I mean, consider the fact that they have, for a while now, they've been 10,000+ gold ahead.
Yeah.
You have to respect the fact that TNC has bought themselves minutes, and that's what we said they needed to do minutes ago. So if they can continue to do it, who's to say they can't actually have a game-turning defense here in the base?
Yeah, we're looking at the late game winning condition of TNC. As far as any game goes, even in ranked games, once a Nathan is present, there's a lot of threat that still can be evident. With this kind of dive-heavy comp that they can do against Echo, things could very get nasty if they lose control. If Echo lose control or make a mistake.
Okay, so Hatred had to build through a Winter Truncheon first.
Wow.
Oh, a pull!
They're going to pull Carl TZ here. Is that the right target? Heads waiting impatiently as well. Everybody's quite low here in the jungle, though. They force them back. Nomad's taken care of. And now TNC has to run for the hills, but they can't get away from Sanford. Immortality going to be popped from Super Yoshi, and the kill comes through. It's Heads in Hatred, but they can't stop the Express as the base is worked on, and Echo finally takes game one.
The Orcas have done it again. Echo Express online. What a dominating game 1 against TNC.
Not the best decision there for TNC to try and take down that Barrett. They had a little bit more of information that there were, or it's safe to assume in that moment you have members of Echo close by to just cover. And that's exactly what happened. TNC thought Carl TZ, it looked like that, hey, Carl TZ looks like he's alone. We can take him down, burst him down real quick. He may have the items against his Barrett. Nope. And the members of Echo were there close by. Questionable engagement by TNC. You could appreciate it. You could appreciate it. They needed to make something happen. I mean, we can see what TNC cannot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but still.
But that time, Carl TZ had the way to sustain out the damage. When they knew, like, the Nathan Nomad has his entropy activated, JP already saw the momentum to actually take him down by a Divine Judgment. Despite how Heads was there waiting for them to cross the line, it was too late for him. He was like pulling Nathan out of the possibility of not going back to their own team.
Yeah.
What I was wondering there is, let's just say they didn't choose to engage on Carl TZ, and it would have just resulted into another base defense if they could have defended again, because they'd continue to do that. So again, but they chose that route, and here's the MVP for the game.
JP!
Man, JP, if you know, you know, it's his fault. It's his fault. Why Echo won? The MVP of the game. Great performance in this Kaja, 3-0 and 12, and really setting the tempo well for Echo, paired up with the Novaria. Again, folks, classic combination here with the Novaria and then the Kaja. Fast wave clear is what you get with these two. The Astral Meteor of the Novaria paired up with the first kill of the Kaja. Well, they can clear waves really quickly. And again, you draft those two for the Barretts because you're subscribing to the school of thought of let's slow down the opponents of the Barretts so that Carl TZ can chase them down, and a higher chance that they can will actually be able to get someone down with a Detonus. Welcome. That was a great play there by Echo and a good example of what happened there. Maximizing the Divine Judgments and getting the right pickoffs, the slows being dished out. This was a tale of Echo's roam, mid, and jungle trio just trumping TNC's. TNC looked late to the rotations, or more specifically, Echo were just one step ahead. And when you have this kind of lineup with a lot of vision, a lot of reach, with side lanes that are actually meant to be aggressive and get out of lane, this is if the middle of the map is controlled by Echo, Sanford's happy, Benny Cutie's happy, TNC won't be. That's why TNC just had no footing here. With a mid lane and a gold lane that is farm dependent, with a mid lane that doesn't have a lot of control abilities and is actually used more to take down, to kill, and to deal damage, lacking that control hurt TNC against a lineup that had great control in the early game of game number 1. And Echo just played really well with the lineup that they had, knowing that their strengths. And this was just the Echo system at its finest. You know everyone needs to know what they have to do in this game to shine. JP, Sanji, and Carl TZ's rotations were on point. It stopped Super Yoshi and Ryzen getting into key areas to get vision. And most importantly, they got to the key areas before those two. And then, of course, Hatred would just be left alone to clear the minion waves. He'll be behind the Novaria in terms of the map presence because the Novaria will be able to rotate faster over the Lunox. It was just the Echo Express Echo system. It wasn't the flashy, high-tempo game that we saw, but it was a systematic taking down of TNC via controlling the heart of the map. And again, we go back to the problem of TNC Pro Team where just Radiant Armors will trump what Echo needs to do. But because Echo were able to just build up a really quick lead, only Carl TZ and Sanford built his Radiant Armor later into the game here. We're just the ones building that. JP, his route though of going for the steel-like plates into the Athena shield because he's up against burst damage initially from the Lunox and then the Nathan, and then actually going for the fleeting time meant that Divine Judgment was almost always available for Echo. And you don't always see the fleeting time get built up by Kaja. Sometimes the fleeting time would go way later, but that's for games where it is a little bit closer. Since Echo had the lead, they can be more aggressive with their item building as well. And so, if you are Echo and you want to take control of the game, maximize the ultimate, always have the Divine Judgment with you so you really don't give TNC a chance to get back into the game. That's great itemization. Again, if you're just tuning in, JP is the MVP of this game number 1. TNC Pro Team, they have been vocal about their problems in terms of shot calling because they're all players who they're very democratic about it. They don't have that one player who'll really say, hey, this is what we're going to do, and then a balancer to go, hey, we shouldn't do that. And that's what I feel like we saw there, especially with that last play. Yes, they saw Carl Teasy in their jungle invading, but it's safe to assume at that moment where Echo would have more members there. And don't forget, TNC was up against a Yu Song EXP lane. Someone who can respond quickly. A Novario with range, who she doesn't even need to get close, and they'll be able to respond. With a massive lead for Echo, they have the defensive items to withstand the damage that TNC could have brought out. They were building up the damage, but they just didn't have enough of it.
Yeah, also time. That was, we were
And
trying to mention about how the draft of TNC can actually work. Because you've mentioned about the errors of how the Phoenix Army could actually rise from the challenge of Echo. One thing to note was you mentioned about shot calling, because in the early game, there were some moments that TNC was all over the place. Like in a macro point of view,
yes,
they were kind of like disoriented on what they wanted to do, on how they want to plan an attack, because there was no like one mission or goal to actually make the magic work.
I think not only that, but it's also just Echo the way they play. When they get the whole reason why we say Echo Express is because a lot of times when they get that lead that they're going, they suffocate you. I think you commented this in the game. You're like, they're suffocating TNC, and they doused out the flames basically.
Yeah, it's like Echo had a pillow over the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as they feel the power of the Phoenix, you can feel the power with every tap on the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts, buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards all in one app.
Download the Smart app now, the only app for Smart Signature, Infinity, Bro, TNT, and PLDT prepaid home Wi-Fi.
Everything. Everything.
QR's gone.
That's where I pay my internet. With that app.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Very convenient. Thank you, Smart. So, going
good
back.
to know.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's very convenient because right now we're looking for the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. MPL Arena be the next Game Face of the day.
All you guys have to do
will it be?
Is flash the hashtag the power of Smart on your device in a green background, and then, of course, put your game face on like they're doing out here.
You see some game faces already going on. Y'all can make a few more faces, y'all know. Oh my God, Mima, let's go. Oh my God!
Wow, that was very effort. That was a lot of effort for you. That was a laptop.
Yep, the laptop.
And we're looking. We're still looking.
They're not satisfied yet.
Is that Anti-Anara? Oh, it's Anti-Anara.
Wow.
Hey, that's our old floor director.
Congratulations. We have the Smart Game Face of the Day winner. See, you can join us right here, right now. Maybe tomorrow, if you can actually win the Game Face of the Day.
Yeah. I've seen her in a long time.
Yeah, actually, I was trying to remember who we saw her during the break. I was trying to remember. That's right, the old floor director that helped us out. What season was that?
Last season.
Last season?
Yeah.
Wow.
I lose track of time here, Renmar.
Yeah.
But can TNT lose track of time? This is the problem. Can they answer back and force the game number 3? Because there's so much things that needs to be in check. You've broken down so much in the draft, even how they wanted to do their shot calls. Yeah, just having a look on the draft on what happened to game number 1. How Sanji and Sanford managed to cover mostly of their plays. Even that Astral, Echo, mostly giving so much hitboxes for Echo to even just go in and out of TNC's team fighting capability. That was a debut pick of the Lunox. What went wrong? Like, I know you've broken down a lot of stuff, but there's so much ways that we could actually point out a what-if scenario, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the best picks that they could have gone for in the mid lane, there was, honestly, the Lunox, questionable, but at the same time, if you think about it, it's what they needed. They needed to have that high source of damage to melt down the frontliners of Echo, the Divers, the Barretts, the Yuzong. If just TNC were able to match the rotations of Echo, could have, potentially, but no, Echo just ran away with it, and it harkens back to, again, the main concern of TNC. You mentioned it earlier, OSX, where it was disoriented was the word that you used for TNC in terms of their rotations and how they want to take care of the map.
Yeah. I think those last 2 picks really rounded out the lineup from Echo. The Kaja, the Novara, I mean, you kind of reacted that way too when it was picked up, and it was just, it worked so well because, again, when you have the vision capabilities with a Novaria and you're landing the very impressive 4 or 5-man Echoes, and then, of course, that allows your Kaja to do what you need to do, and that's why JP had that MVP performance. I mean, for the most part, usually when Kaja is not paired with Novaria, you kind of have to force yourself to find the vision, the targets.
Yeah.
But when it's already painted out for you, you can automatically make a move from that. And so I think, again, those last 2 picks really helped Echo here. So for TNC, when they're holding on to this, they're holding on to those hopes and everything else, it's like they have a lot to adjust here, man. Like they really do. So we'll only find out as we get to the draft.
Let's see what will be the adjustment of the Phoenix Army against Echo for game number 2. The question is, can they force us to a game number 3? Let's see how this draft will go. Now, this time, they have a way to prioritize their prio comfort pick, if we might say. But the 11% win rate on this for TNC, well, it's still Echo favors both of the sides right now in this series.
Yeah, of course. TNC's been struggling all season. First pick, what you gonna get, TNC? Trying to think right now if I wonder, Assassins up against Echo. They can go ahead and steal the Barrett or the Fredrin if either of those 2 will be available.
Magic is my life.
Yeah, I think you just by now, what we witnessed in the first game of the day, just remove the Harith. He's just so dangerous to be existing on a draft. And if you're looking up against a team and actually look or to find a way to bounce back, Harith could still be the key. But if you were talking about the priority pick that can end up with TNC, will it be an assassin? Will it be a pick that we haven't seen before? Will that be the time to actually show? There's so much question because, again, we've been seeing the errors of TNC that's been committing for the past week, and we're looking for a way to see a possible side of things to actually bounce back. But how's the Fredrin? Well, 79% contention rate, but the Barretts, despite of being open, they still let it through Echo.
Okay, so typical what we're going to see in the jungle anyway. And really, do they still go this same route? Oh, the Luyi is going to be picked up this time around for Echo. So I guess now at this point, for even a lot of the international viewers that have been watching other leagues play the Luyi, they're kind of already playing with the idea, all right, like what is that pair that we're going to see paired, picked up with the Luyi pick here?
Huh.
A lot of great synergy.
Yeah, Ruby's still available. TNC will take the Novaria, match them in the Vision game. Ooh, they go the Masha route. Okay.
I'm glad they picked this up because I was expecting Echo to take it.
Yeah, same.
So they get the Roger instead. I love the idea of like sending the package. It's like sending the Masha. You know, when you had the Luyi. I love that. I love what we saw in even previous matches with that.
Yeah, so I wonder now if they are still going to be going for pickoff, but they don't need it. They wouldn't need something like the Franco. If they want control, maybe they'll just go the Tigreal route for their Roamer for JP. Good ban there by TNC. They take out the Minotaur. We've seen JP play a game of the Cho. So it's either the pickoff or the big set. If the big set isn't going to be coming from JP, it might be coming from the EXP laner. But again, look at the, how do I call this? The flexibility of the heroes. That Barrett's still might go into the EXP lane. That Roger still might go into the jungle.
Yes. And to look at this way of just banning things out by Echo, they have taken out the Nate and they've taken out the exports. Well, still respecting the threat of the Nate of the late game, still have a great things up ahead with a team who wants to fight back. With the Ruby and Minotaur not being present here, I think they just want to freely commit on things if ever they lose in the early to mid game, because they don't want the I'm offended play. They don't want the Minoan Fury, so probably they want to fear Rome against Echo's lineup.
I wonder if anyone's thinking of... Nah, no one's going to do that. That's a Gwyn. Still very flexible. I don't know who's going to go where. Well, Guinevere Rome has fallen off, so this might be a Guinevere jungle. Unless we've seen it. It's not impossible. Still a lot of flexibility. I feel like the last pick is just going to be like completely swingy.
The answer to the lineup from Echo. I think that's It's great to have that kind of flexibility, obviously. Leave a curveball in there.
Yeah.
But either way, they're still looking for TNC. How do they want to round this out? What are they going to throw in the gold lane here, knowing that, of course, a Roger is going to be there? The answer is going to be... Was that the... What's that? Okay.
Still the Lunox.
They're going Lunox here. Huh, interesting. And
Novaria, oh no, it's a gold lane Lunox.
Gold lane Lunox, yeah, with the Novaria already picked up. There's the CC.
I
am more than
Julian. Oh yeah, okay, we're seeing another debut pick here.
That's Jungle Julian for sure.
Jungle Julian. So we got Barrett's in the XP lane. Interesting. And then of course the Roam Guinevere too.
It's good to see some different, refreshing debut picks here. Julian
throws me back to, I don't know, maybe MSC 2022 when
Yeah.
he was like first out, picked up constantly. I wonder how he's going to work out this time.
Well, Julian did get some changes on him. He now gets an enhanced basic attack with each use of his skill, and that stacks, like the duration of it. So they really wanted to speed up Julian's jungling before level 3. So yeah, he can just pretty much clear quicker.
Sheesh. We're talking about Carl Tusuk, or the thing that Carl is known for. Again, he is the Lancelot, and mostly the assassin signature picks.
All right, let's go.
Let's go and have a look at this game. Can TNC force a game number 3 with their draft, or will this be a sweep from the Echo Express? With a debut pick, let's see Julian again rocking in the Land of Dawn.
Carl TZ with an assassin that isn't Joy. It's been quite some time. We're excited to see how this is going to go. And yeah, you can see fast clearing there for Julian. A little bit better.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that enhanced basic attack stack that you were mentioning about, how the changes went with this guy, he could actually be clearing out in no time in their own cap. Again, chat, it's the second game of the series. Will this be a sweep? Comment down below what do you think about this Julian with the hashtag Echo, with the hashtag TNC, with their game ID and server ID. Because if you lose the chance, you might have not getting that 500 diamonds on your hands. So much chance. Depends. So let's see how this goes.
I mean, technically Julian is labeled as a fighter / mage in game, but come on, guys. He's technically an assassin too.
Technically, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Already putting the pressure on Heads here. Gonna get a lot of this extra gold as well. And so that's tough to deal with. We'll get a respect shot, of course. But right now, Echo just trying to rotate this early part of the game. Nothing too much happening, though, before that first turtle comes up just yet.
Yeah, still the same pattern that Echo's been doing. Focus on the EXP, find a possible way to press the situation, and it has been Heads since game number 1. And that affects how they want to rotate against Echo, because right now, Carl T's with a Julian. He's now taking that Lizard on his hands as well. So, completely, they're just gaining control of the macro here. They're on the map, as the second objective is about to show.
Oh, Echo needs to help out Carl.
They're fighting it out here.
Oh!
Yeah, missed it there. Carl Teasy went down, now rising into follow. So both junglers down. And Turtle spawns here. So, you know, we saw that on the mini-map anyway. They duked it out, but Carl Teasy lost that fight.
Yeah, Ryzen actually got to read the rotation of Carl TZ well. He saw Carl TZ going past behind the turtle, going down to his purple buff supposedly, but then at the same time, Ryzen knew that where Carl TZ wanted to go, covered his exit, and took him down.
That's the problem. If you want a Julian, you want to utilize more of the skill set and how to even escape a possible team fight. So it depends. But looking at how TNC managed to see that through, I think just slowly getting a check on how they wanted to fix their errors from game number 1. Meanwhile, Tonus Welcome.
Oh, Sanford.
Cancelled.
Quite low here, yep. Will be worked on. Now let's see if they can actually contest the turtle here. JP going to be able to jump in. Carl T, though, look at the damage on Heads.
Heads,
will
he
has
fall?
to respect it now. They find the Violent Requiem on top of Ryzen. Appraiser's Wrath will secure the turtle, though. Now Sanji going to be in trouble as Super Yoshi grabs a kill. JP still looking for more. Carl T. Oh no! As he falls as well. TNC finds some wins here.
All right, TNC executing well. We mentioned they had to be smarter with their trades, and they traded and, most importantly, targeted incredibly well in that team fight. Super Yoshi being a nuisance to the backline. Carl TZ gonna get caught up.
Carl!
Appraiser's Wrath.
Not sure, again, on the decision to be there, but A mistake was made.
Out of position. Meanwhile,
Oh, wow, okay. Hatred, Yoshi, and Ryzen are on fire in this game. Earlier we mentioned about how Echo's middle rotation, the road mid and jungle, were doing so much better. Now TNC are doing so much better in this early game.
looks like the wave is now being invaded by TNC. So look about how they wanted to start their early game. Man, that's a far different version of the VC. Where is this? Where has this TNC been going around for so long, and then that actually changes things around with this game? They can actually force the mid-game in their own way.
Good. Genius one already for Carl Teasy there, so expect the damage we saw on that Julian to increase even more. But so far TNC, they just need to keep this up. Keep their execution up. And so far Echo's been a little bit, you mentioned, overzealous in game number 1. They're getting glimpses of that here!
Wow, look at...
Okay, the Julian is now a big question mark as he gets obliterated. And Super Yoshi really enjoying the Masha here, looking for more. Sanford going to be the next target. Flickers out, but won't be able to survive. TNC, the flames are on. And now they continue to choke out Echo, this time forcing him back. As JP and Sanji have to get back here. Turtle now up.
And as of 5 minutes, TNC slowly building a lead of 2.2k. Looking at this, completely layering out the control in the map from micro and macro wise. TNC is more decisive on their decision from now on. They spot out Carl T's in Betty Cutie. That's the Astral Echo. So they have seen most of the position of Echo right now in the second turtle of the game.
Man, I'm just surprised. Carl Teasy not able to get any space really to work with here. Just really kind of stopping this Julian pick from doing much at all. Turtle's still going to be worked on. It's half health here. Echo, not sure if they really want to do much here. Super Yoshi going to get landed on, forced back, but the shots come out. Now JP has to get out of there. Will be able to survive. No one falling from Echo, but TNC again grabbing an objective. There's the flicker.
Ooh, and Hatred gets him back. TNC are just on fire here. Better way to put it, TNC just look pissed off. It's like we've been losing all season. We lost game 1 like that. Well, we're not going down without a fight. And the Fredrin, the Novaria, and that Masha all together just dictating the tempo so well for TNC Echo. They're losing this because they've lost key fights. And again, Carl TZ invaded.
Wow. They're really putting up with Carl T. It's Ryzen against Carl TZ. That's a level 9. Like, again, same levels, but looking at how they wanted to control the pace this time around for TNC, far better from game number 1. And managing how they want to press Echo in terms of laning, especially now, they're looking for a way to force resources out of this team. And now they're responding in macro-wise. So it depends on how they want to play this too. Again, there's still a Luo Yi. There's still a coverage they can bounce back. But the way they want to press things, how is this looking forward?
Yeah, look at that. Black Eye's shield as one of the first items built up on the Lunox. So knowing that he's going to struggle up against that Roger, he decided to go defensive. He gets man alongside with it, and the reduction.
Wow, a whole lot of CC on Ryzen. Won't be able to survive that one, so they get that shutdown. Echo now on the board here. And this is what I was going to say earlier. TNC, it's great to have this lead, but as we said, even coming into this matchup, they've been known to have leads and let it slip through their hands, so they cannot let this fire die down. We'll see how they kind of capitalize on the lead they have.
That's the question. TNC needs to control with the lead that they have started against Echo, because most of the fights that we saw against their matches, that's the thing that needs to fix. So with this, third turtle is up. TNC has more advantage. That's the Brilliance out by Nomad. With Nomad being the gold laner, using this in the gold is much more efficient from game number 1. So with this, Echo would really want to contest this objective out of TNC.
Again, we'll see if they can pull it off here. Head's going to go ahead and keep that turtle there. Ryzen now there as well. Diversion going to be used, come through. Benny Cutie's the one to be sent. Now he's in trouble. Super Yoshi there, forcing him back. They'll dodge the chains for now. Shots can come through. Daytona's welcome right into the target as Carl Teasy will get the turtle. Another train of CC going to be laid down. And can they survive? Heads on the run. Carl falls. Benny Cutie going to flicker in, but he can't get the kill he was looking for. And now Super Yoshi healed up once again on the hunt. JP jumps over the wall, and now it's Sanji left alone, but they'll back off for now as TNC makes the way down mid.
Yeah, failed to look for a trade. TNC slowly getting the lead on their side.
Yeah, it's good news that Echo was able to get that turtle, but it's even better right now that TNC was able to break the tower in the mid, make it a little bit even harder for Echo to get control of this game completely. TNC Pro Team, you have to admit, they've been handling the team fights well. It seems like after game number 1, they woke up. And right now they're making it hard for Benny QT to actually get a good entry and be able to deal the damage that Echo needs him to.
Okay, speaking of entry, looking by the items, Echo slowly finding a way to get with the objectives, and they're eyeing on this bottom lane. First tier tower, but so far, they just want to disengage first because the response and how Super Yoshi scratches back on the back line, it's dangerous. Look at the Ryzen taunting JP out of position.
Yeah, he's down.
They're closing him out.
He's out of here. He was not able to get that out. Again, great timing from Ryzen as well to keep him from getting away.
Yeah, good spot. TNC are reading rotations very well, matching the rotations of Echo. They've been team fighting well. Smart bits of itemization all throughout. Making the most out of the fact that majority of their damage again is magic, but it's actually good for magic damage dealers because in this patch, magic damage dealers are happier in terms of the damage they can dish out. They have to watch out for assassins and stuff like that, but so far they've been positioning well. Novaria isn't exactly the easiest to take down, same as the Lunox, of course. So TNC, they have all the tools that they can get, that they need to get a victory here. They just need to execute, and as always, don't let the lead you have in the early game slip out of your hands.
Yeah, that's the main question. Can they hold through? Again, we're looking at TNC just woken up from game number 1. They have been losing all throughout regular season, and it's good to see this kind of version of TNC. And looking at this, they're up against Echo. And in this game number 2, now they're mostly dictating out the pace out of this team, getting coverage from the Aster Recall and also the Star Shatter. This is just distance that they're trying to maintain against TNC. How will they actually penetrate the backline? There's an answer with that from Sanji's diversion play, but most of the time we see Benny QT go in last in team fight, which is good. And that's been the thing, that if you don't want to be punished right away, you make it out for the chase. But so far, the pokes and how they wanted to punish, I think JP is having an angle right here.
They're going for it. Diversion to come in. Is he going to be too late? Sends them all in. Appraiser's Draft. Ryzen will able to get the Lord there. Now Echo, do they want to fight this? Multiple members quite low. Head's going to get knocked up by the chains, but he will survive. TNC again comes through with the Lord.
Purify save once again.
Echo didn't lose any members there. But TNC Pro Team, with the kit that they have, items are starting to roll in already up to concentrated energy. Decided to go to a unique route here, after the Black Eye Shield, Enchanted Talisman, Divine Glaive into the concentrated for Nomad.
Yep.
Okay. Looking at
Super Yoshi.
Oh, you might be in trouble.
Can he withstand this with the multiple health bars? He can. Now Masha, Carl Teasy doesn't want the kill. No, does not want to fight Super Yoshi in that. So we'll back off. The damage is there though. Now they have to deal with the Lord here.
Yeah, and you saw the respect that JP and Carl Teasy had. They knew that they were both at risk just getting taken down. It could have been a 1-for-1 trade because again, Thunderclap hurts. So good thing that they respected that and they didn't decide to chase down the kill onto the Masha.
This is the question now. How can Echo bounce back from this? It's almost 13 minutes. Another purple stolen out of Carl Teasy. And for this, okay, JP, I think he might have been spotted.
We'll see. Doesn't look like TNC knows.
Oh, he spotted.
Good check.
Gets the shot out. JP going to be fine.
So this is the good thing about Novaria. I know, just to double check things. I know I think I had the glimpse on who was there in that bush. But so far, how TNC manages to control everything out of Echo, so far it's doing good. And they're slowly mirroring back what happened in game number 1. Slowly they want to sweep out the waves against Echo.
God, that's why Hans made them do the mirror dance steps earlier.
Why?
Oh wait, is that from Mirror Salamin? No, it's a different choreography. Never mind.
But yeah, it's the mirror. Yeah, you're right.
I thought I had a banger of a joke reference there. I did not.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's a hit or miss. Let's see if this will hit. It missed.
Yeah, look at that skill hit rate. Star Shatter. The cast count has been 58 so far, and it has been a 38%. So far it's been working. Check on the bushes, who's there, who's not there, and damage dealt, it's with Hatred this time around. I think he's more clearly precise on how to want to land those Star Shatters or even Astral Echoes against Echo.
Yeah. See there, Twilight Armor for Carl. He's been getting a fair bit of bursts. JP's going down that route of, again, leg plates into just full items. That's one of the things that really affected the physical defense of roamers right now. They just want to build the pants and then build full items so that they have defense.
And with that, Lord's going to be up here. So Echo, this whole time, just trying to farm up, catch up on some of the items. We know that there's a gap there in terms of items, the 5,000 lead that TNC's garnered themselves. They're going to go ahead and give this Lord a go. Get ready, get set. Echo trying to get in position. TNC, though, controlling the majority of this game, if not all of it. Shot's going to come down as well. Diversion to fake him out, but it's not going to work.
It was actually a good Astral Echo there by Hatred.
Ryoshi still quite healthy with the 2 bars here. Lord, less than half, going to come down. Ryzen will get the Lord, and Echo again cannot do anything against TNC for now.
Yeah, JP was looking for an angle of a setup. So far, they were just completely have a good position to actually disperse and get in that objective.
Yeah. Hatred saved that sequence for TNC. His Astral Echo was able to spot out the 2 members of Echo that wanted to use the diversion to find a better angle, but the moment they were spotted out, TNC said, Echo said, no, we can't commit this diversion play because they'll know where we're going to go and they're going to be put in a really bad scenario there. So Hatred with a save, you see here the effect that the Masha and the CC is having for TNC Pro Team. The members of Echo are getting zoned out by those 2 heroes.
Well, can they zone out Echo this time around with the Lord Siege down bottom? A turret has been taken out on Echo. Last 2 remaining. Can they defend? Can they still work it out? There's Lord pushing in the crystal. So far, their 2nd tier turret in mid trying to hold on, and Echo is looking forward to hold this one against TNC, despite the lead. But slowly, it has been taken out of their hands. Orange as well available, and so far they're putting Echo to just defend and clear more waves in their own base.
I think this is the point where we have to kind of talk about Echo's defense, the lineup.
Yep.
How does this look? Because we saw this on the flip side in the previous game. It wasn't, you know, again, it was a even larger gap in terms of gold.
Yeah.
But Echo's lineup here, they've actually got decent clear, and they can probably drag out the game a little bit longer here.
Yeah, for sure. Wave clear decent with the so-called teamwork of the Barretts, the combo of the Low Yi, the range of it. At this point, if you could even just get an enhanced Scythe out of the Julian, that'd be great wave clear as well. So a bit better compared to the last Low Yi game we saw in the previous series.
I think this is where also the Low Yi, when you're talking about defense, TNC, they have to be very careful, especially if we're talking minutes later when they actually get in the base again in the defense of being clumped up. The lineup, we know that Super Yoshi is going to go for that back line, try to force a fight here. So one of the main things for TNC is really being on the defensive themselves and not being clumped up to get that Low Yi, get those procs and everything else. And then, of course, the damage is still respectable. Benny Cutie picking up a Haas Claws as well will help heal him up, of course, in these skirmishes, these team fights. But my thing is, does Echo actually want to even fight the next Lord? Is it better that they just defend in the base and give this next one up to TNC?
That's the thing you want to answer. But as far as the game goes, Echo now, and just by looking at how Carl TZ wanted to utilize this Julian, you mentioned about the enhanced sight, right? So as looking at that, I think if he could utilize it more efficiently against TNC's backline, things could still go in his own way. And now Ryzen has been dominantly using his retribution against Carl TZ, and they secure most of the objectives.
Yep. To answer Nisu's question also earlier, Echo they are able to contest this if they can get the good minion waves and positioning, but not TNC, just have way too much control.
Oh, Sanford could be in trouble as
Super
well.
Yoshi,
Super
Yoshi!
Super Yoshi, though, front of the back line. Benny Cutie, will he be able to survive?
What?
He does! He gets a couple hits off with the rest of Echo in shambles here. 2 down as TNC wins the fight.
Benny Cutie is cheated death by going back and scratching everybody out from CNC.
He survived, but Echo, will they be able to rush into the Lord in time? It's going by really quickly here, but Heads will be able to zone them out. Can they get close enough to contest?
Oh, they're going to fight for it. Lord, a fourth of the health here. Carl TZ trying to find any way to get there, but going to get spotted
He can't
out.
go through.
No angle.
He can't find any way
There's
to
no
get
opening.
there, as Ryzen will get the Lord for TNC.
Wow. That border control by TNC. Nobody even went through, not even an inch.
Yeah, that's the effect of having the CC. That was literally just Heads standing there. Hatred would be able to apply the damage from range. Diversion entry, Super Yoshi had a great one. Again, Echo would be able to contest safely if they had good minion wave control and good positioning. But no one knew that Super Yoshi was in that shrub waiting to gank and sandwich them. That could have been good for Echo, but since Super Yoshi was there, now it's the brink. TNC might be close to forcing game number 3.
And now the base is open. Can the Phoenix Army burn it down? JP Mino looking for a way to set.
Yep, they're going to jump in here, but Benny Cutie going to be taken out just like
No!
that. TNC still on fire, will take multiple members down. Lord's still going to be up here. They're holding on for as long as they can, but we're going to game 3.
TNC, okay. Showing us that after what happened in game number 1, they still have fight, they still have heart, and they still have fire. They forced the team third in the standings to a game number 3.
The fire is alive. Slowly they rise. Now this game number 3, a better TNC waking up from a bad nightmare from game number 1. Actually put Echo to a very bad spot in that game. I love this primetime Mobile Legends. Now we're heading to a game number 3. Looks like they're ready to be in par with the world champs as well.
It was a great thing to say or to see, to watch unfold, where TNC had a lead and they ended the game.
Yeah, they kept it.
They kept it.
They hauled
ended
on
the
to
game.
it.
They took some disciplined options and routes as well. They didn't get too, crazy, and that's usually where things kind of risk and things fall out of their hands. But this time, they played it very well, and I don't know, man. I always feel like we get in the point of the regular season where we're like hoping that we saw versions of this of TNC from weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it just seems like things kind of fall into place a little bit too late, but they're still holding on. Of course, they could still win the series here, but let's look at the MVP for the game.
Hell of a callback.
The MVP, Ryzen.
Yeah.
Break things down a bit, Renmar.
That Fredrin, fantastic game by Ryzen. Again, we don't know who was doing the shot calling, but TNC looked more confident, commanding, and sure of themselves here. Similar to what we've seen throughout the season from them, but they just showed it off here incredibly well. 4-2 and 12, itemization as well. Of course, you had to prioritize the Radiant Armor. Brute Force Breastplate getting picked up means that Fredrin could deal a little bit more damage. And this is an approach of a Fredrin that is different from the last Fredrin we saw. Fredrin, there's a version that uses the support emblem. This is the version of the Fredrin using the tank emblem. So he's a little bit more tanky, which of course he needed to be for his team, because alongside the CC zoning out, he's the second tanky presence for TNC Pro Team. The Roamer was a pick-off assassin type with that Masha. So TNC Pro Team at the right times took the right trades, took the right fights, and they continued that and didn't let go of it. Because again, we've seen TNC be able to perform like this throughout this season, where they have a great lead early to mid-game, but then it slips out of their hands. This is one of the timelines where we saw TNC Pro Team not have it slip out of their hands and actually be able to win it out. Great targeting of heroes, knowing that the Roger will be a problem for them. We're always ready. Super Yoshi targeting the hell out of Benny Cutie, and it felt like he was exclusively saving thunderclaps to clap Rogers, to clap Rogers Benny. That's what happened there. And TNC Pro Team, of course, with Hatred, providing really good vision and the Astral Echoes on point.
TNC were able to allow this Novaria shine. In game number 1, we saw Sanji in the Novaria shine. Game number 2, we saw Hatred provide so much vision that led to TNC Pro Team making the right calls to cover the rotation of Echo. That was the biggest problem we had with TNC Pro Team in game number 1. You look out-rotated, you look like you don't know what you're trying to do in terms of matching or doing what you can to stop Echo's rotation. In this game number 2, it's TNC doing that to Echo now. Echo didn't have bad rotations or difficult rotations compared to TNC in game number 1. But damn, TNC definitely played great map presence all throughout this game with the vision provided by Novaria, and of course Super Yoshi's aggressive positioning trying to sandwich the backlines of Echo. We talk about TNC Pro Team as having a coach that is one of the most fundamental minded. Again, go back to the Ben tips of Coach Ben things. The content he used to make of this is how you want to play, it's this is how you be systematic about it, and trying to help us improve in our ranked games. Now TNC Pro Team is like they really took the Ben tips to heart and did everything to near perfection. Everything Echo wanted to do was answered by something from TNC. Ryzen had so much guts every time. He knew that's just a Julian, I'm a Fredrin, I can go forward and I'll be aggressive. And the good thing was the members of TNC said, hey, we got you, man, we'll do that too. So TNC Pro Team, kudos to how they played this game, not as individuals, but as a team. And they smothered Echo this time around to force a game number 3, an almost 20-minute game. You see a quite even spread there in terms of the GPM. That's how you know the team has been fired off in all cylinders. Their rotations matched each other. The victories that they got as a group, if it's not going to be a 5-man, it's going to be a 2 and a 3-man, a 3-man, a 2-man, all of that. Them having really close GPMs just goes to show how well they played this game together. So, for TNC Pro Team, the question now is, can they continue that? Can they replicate that in this game number 3? Because now, it's safe to say Echo are not going to be drafting a lineup with an assassin. They're going to be going back to basics here. The Barrettses, the Bakshas, the Fredrins even. So let's see how it's going to boil out in the draft for game number 3. And I really want to see, again, the itemization of the players. Great itemization by Nomad and of course for everyone in TNC. Let's see how that continues.
Again, Venus Army rises and forces a game number 3. We were questioning about, okay, Lunox again? Okay. Maybe they were trying to pull something off, and with the Fredrin pick, changes things around. And I know guys have been asking like, where's the assassin? Show the assassins. Well, hey. This is just completely utility still rising in this patch. Now, you can assemble your own community tournament and be part of the E-Project, esports for everyone, and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can register by scanning that QR code on your screens now.
Yeah. Start your tournament right here, right now. With a new patch, you can actually show a lot of metas. I know I've been waiting for assassins to show, but if you want to dominate in your own way in your community, go ahead, scan that out.
You know, it was nice to see the Julian pick.
Yeah.
And I feel like, at least for this weekend, I know we have many more matches ahead of us this weekend. I think we're going to see teams do that. I think we see teams kind of challenge, you know, can they bring up an assassin jungler in the mix, even against a utility jungler like Fredrin or Baksha?
Yeah.
I think now's the right time because some of these teams, like I said, they've locked in their slots already. They might as well try things out now because who knows what we're going to see in the playoffs, guys. Like, honestly, so far from regular season, I feel like this has been one of the regular seasons where we see so many different picks. I don't actually know. I'm not sure if you know the unique heroes picked up so far in regular season. But this feels like one of those seasons where it's like, all right, there's either a lot of flexibility in the draft between the XP laners and roamers, all that, and there's also a lot of unique picks picking up. So I like to see it. Yes, the Julian kind of failed there. It didn't work as they wanted to, but I hope we see more of that in at least the weeks to come for the regular season.
Yeah, but the Golden Lunox worked, coming in from the mid lane, so who knows. But right now, as we go on with the draft, go in and watch this video as the players tell their story.
Sa parents ko po, especially na po sa mama ko, kasi doon. Ayaw niya talaga ako maglaro kasi iniisip niya na papabayaan ko yung pag-aaral ko. Tapos, ayun, parang gusto kong i-prove na hindi siya distraction. Gusto ko siyang i-prove na gusto ko yung nilalaro ko and may gusto ako marating dito.
Nomad, proven his parents that the Mobile Legends scene, even the pro scene, can do a lot of this. You're going to even have a career, a future, and still, for this player, it's still looking bright for TNC.
I think that's a common thing that maybe anyone in esports, not just players, have to kind of deal. You know, like there's like something you want to prove, usually to like family or parents.
There's
So
something.
I'm wondering if he at least showed them the clip, or they got to see the clip of him getting the Savage last week.
Well, hopefully his parents also like take a lot of effort to, especially his mom, to take the effort to understand what's happening.
Yeah.
Because like any Filipino will understand this. They'll be like, "Oh, anak, that's great. That's great. What's a Savage?"
That's true. That's why I love to see it when we get those interviews with the parents, like the parents of the players, like earlier.
Yeah.
Kong's parents out here, and we've seen that so much throughout the seasons, you know. And Nomad is, even when he came in his debut game for MPL, I forgot which week that was, but people know who he is now. You know, like just the Savage alone.
Yeah.
He's the guy that got the first one of the season. So, and he's a relatively newer name in the MPL. So. I'm sure if they don't know, they know now.
Yeah, thank you, Nomad's mama, for allowing Nomad to play in the MPL.
But focus on your studies as well.
Yeah, don't forget your studies. Nomad! Don't forget about your studies, bro.
Yeah, he's about to pop out on the screen again. We've been doing the Renmar IMAX thing where he actually reaches out. So yeah, that's the one thing that he.
I saw that. Was that last week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's the balance that the players that need to go with, especially they're part of the pro scene. But who knows what could actually this road can take you. It has been great with other players, the champion. So why can't you? You can do a lot of things.
Think about it. The MPLs, all the major tournament leagues we have right now, all these roads will lead to Riyadh for a $3 million prize pool tournament.
Sweet.
Which I think all placing, I don't know actually. I don't know if I'm just trying to think with the prize pool as it is, I would expect that the majority of the teams have like some form of that prize pool.
Yeah.
It's massive. So
that's how big it is.
Let's have a look at the draft of what happened in this game. Because from game number 2, look at this. It changes everything for TNC by just adjusting the goal lane, having the CC, having the Masha, going back to the friendly you've mentioned about going back to the ABCs, and just having the thought of the 3 million USD. Man, this leads up on what they can actually achieve if they just keep doing what they're doing best.
Yeah.
That lineup from Echo, in a way, it looks very experimental.
Yeah.
Obviously, but
it does.
It's even as a team like Echo, they've made things like this work before, and I think you painted the picture really well, Renmar, in the breakdown. Anything that Echo was trying to do with this lineup here, TNC perfectly stopped it, and I think that's why you really have to commend them for that game, because they are against a team of Echo's caliber, and they really stopped them in their tracks. If you look at game 1 and you go look at game 2, it was a great adjustment from TNC, and so really what I'm wondering is those picks really played a part to that. The Masha, Fredrin giving Ryzen that opportunity. And so still, I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, TNC, do we see some similar pickups here? What kind of changes will happen even on the Echo side? Because, again, they went with that flexibility route with that first phase where it's like, where's this going? And then they kind of surprised things. The Julian popped up and all that. So they left kind of the question mark there with the lineup. I'm wondering if they kind of opt back or what happens here for Echo.
Yep. Put it simply also, if you have any questions about the meta, about the draft, the answer is always simple. The answer is always Fredrin.
There it is, Fredrin. If you see value in him, well, you should. Now it's game number 3. Draft. And now we're just looking at the exchange of sides. They respected the Masha now, and the Fredrin can still be open either for both. But so far, TNC, they had a way to prioritize this pick from game number 2. Let's see how they balance it out for this one.
Yeah. You know, a lot of the RG gods there have been experimenting. Oh! They saw the value and they banned him, as they should! With a Harith first pick right away.
Oh, no.
I wonder if TNC is going to pick up an Esme. Because Esme's pretty much just back to
shields.
Take up everyone's shields, yeah.
Get all the shields.
And disrupt everything out.
Yeah, and because of the reduced mana cost of her abilities, like, it doesn't feel like you need to like rush Enchanted Talisman or anything anymore. You can go ahead into Dominance Eyes.
Yeah.
Or you don't even need to. You just go into Enchanted Talisman and you hurt.
She is hashtag spammable.
Yeah. Oh, and wow, TNC really leaning into this Lunox. So it's either mid or gold. Oh, wow, what a throwback. This is Season 3 throwback. Harith and the Lunox facing each other in lane. Or in, well, before it was like they were in the quote-unquote jungle. But yeah, this is an old matchup here, folks.
Wow. Just by going back on how the matchup went with these picks. Actually, TNC slowly bringing up the debut and the win rate, but Daddy JP got you. Holds the highest number of assists, 153 after week 5, and now he could actually show up as a Minotaur this time around. Since there's a Barrett and a Lunox and a Faramis. Oh,
This is deadly, guys.
that was a great pickup. That was the first great 3 pickups of Echo.
This is scary. Yeah. Like, I know we've already said our thoughts on Harith, and I know a lot of people in the chat watching have said thoughts as well for Harith. But then you have the Minotaur there with the Faramis. That's troublesome. And I feel like you really have to answer this from TNC.
Yeah.
So how do they do that?
Because in lane, the Claude versus the Harith will struggle. I think the Lunox is going to be going into the gold. If they're going to pick up a marksman gold laner, then you pick it up later. Or you pick up the Claude now, just so that you have the Blazing Duet to take it out. You can pick up things like the Lapu, Paquito. Oh, hey, Lapu. Just said it. So that you have a hero to take down the Nether Realm right away from the Faramis. And, oh, folks, Lapu Lapu hurts. After the changes with him, I wouldn't be surprised if that Lapu Lapu later on in the Emblem Talents will have Rupture with him and build up items that have penetration. Because don't be fooled, like Lapu Lapu's damage is crazy this patch.
You were just ranking up the EXPs who benefits more in this way. So looking at the stats of Hatred of 2.95 KDA, well, he's still growing his stats with his own picks. But so far as he wants to solidify his identity back in MPL Philippines, slowly it's more on the mid lane. And it's more beneficial to actually see on how he could actually grow with his choices.
Okay, so you still have, ooh, they ban out the Diggy. Okay, I mean, like, theoretically, the Diggy plus a Barrows together would have been crazy. So the Roamer's still going to be honest here for TNC. Angela's still open for them, but I don't know if Super Yoshi wants to pick that up. If Echo bans it out, then they read into the Angela getting picked up potentially.
Okay, so the Angela still be a good way to add things up on the table, since with the Barretts being present, no Diggy. So having that free roam, mostly on the camps of Echo and TNC, gives so much way for the Lunox to actually farm in mid lane, even on the gold. It depends. But as they slowly read through, yeah, the export take it out. But also they respect the Luoyi, depending on how the situation goes. But will this still be an Angela for up with the grabs?
Doesn't need to be. They can go Roamer, a tankier Roamer here. Something like Grok as well would be okay to help temper the what could be a really crazy Faramis and Minotaur. Hey, that guy's having the best day of his life. Good for him.
Yeah, screenshot this moment.
Brother, I'm happy for you.
These guys are a part of something. I didn't get a chance to read their shirts, but
I think they're a part of the Infinix X Club.
Okay, that's what they were taking a picture of.
That
earlier.
sounds like a super exclusive club just for cool people.
Just for
I
cool
know,
people.
and
the Infinix X Club.
Who uses the GT series.
And he's having his best day. Okay, so we're talking about the damage that's needed for TNC. So, okay. Baksha and Benedetta.
Yeah, this is a standard Echo AF for this lineup. TNC Pro Team, okay, they matched the scaling speed, Bruno. Burst damage, I dig it. Roamer with a lot of control would be great for Super Yoshi. It's not going to be the Angela, even though Angela Bruno's classic. Rafaela Super Yoshi is really not that type of guy. Maybe Kufra, they want to block the dashes. So a lot of routes that he can go, but I just want to see control from this Roamer of TNC.
Okay, last pick. TNC back on this best of one. What's going to be the answer? They're taking the time. Will it be the Kufra?
Kaja is available. Oh, it's the Rafa.
Not going home at all.
So they pick up the Raph. There's some good...
That's Raph, buddy.
Yeah. I would say they pick up some good sustainability options. I think they have at least a way to deal when the Netherrealm is popped, but still,
Yeah.
I think my biggest question I want to see answered here is still the Harith, man. I want to see if they have enough to deal with the Harith.
That debut pick today gave so much threats. That Harith pick being existing on the composition. Having a look on his lineup rating, we're leaning towards TNC for this one.
Oh, we got 5.77 over 5.03. Let's see. This Rafaela pickup could be a hit or a miss.
Hit or miss.
Yeah, because right now the Rafaela, if you really think about it, it goes well with pretty much everything in the lineup of TNC Protein. The Bruno, classic combo with the Barras, classic combo, the Lapu Lapu as well. Rafaela Lunox, I mean, they get some good AoE wave clear because of the Light of Retribution of the Rafaela and then the first skill of the Lunox as well. So, could be interesting. But they're still up against Sanford's Benedetta, which I'm scared of the most.
Let's find out. Can TNC close this game and put things in their favor this time around? Or will Echo stop time for TNC to actually take this series? Let's see how the composition goes. For those of you watching on YouTube, go ahead. Who do you think is going to win this series? Will it be Echo? Will it be TNC? Put it in the hashtag with your game ID and server ID. And be sure to be a follower. That's a good pull. And that was Nomad being forced, but still in the protection of the turret. He's still safe.
Yeah, he's going to be just fine there. And, you know, one thing, too, I think is, yeah, that Rafaela. You have to see how this is going to be utilized throughout the team fights, the early skirmishes.
Yep.
Obviously, we know there's also that speed boost with it. But even with the emblem, the focusing mark, that could actually help a lot in terms of getting through the Netherrealm even. Again, we're talking about, what, 6%?
Yeah, 6% for 3 seconds.
Yeah, you get that bonus there, and we could see that kind of turn the tide of those extended health bars, if you will, from the Netherrealm and the rest of how they want to deal with it. But TNC definitely, we'll see how they approach this again. Ooh, good play there.
Cancelled out, and the Tonus welcome.
Yeah, eye for an eye just in time.
Meanwhile, Sanji looking for a way to pull Ryzen in. And still with the both. Oh, the missile export still made a great way to poke out of Sanji and Sanford back to base.
Yep, that's big. So now TNC need to send out their roamer and their mid laner into the turtle. Press a little bit of an advantage there. Let's see if TNC will take the 50-50 or if any of these two will be able to find a pick-off first. No Detonus welcome for this Barretts. Means no -1. Carl TZ will still have his Tortoises, Pusons. Level 4 for the EXP laners. Heads is their first. Sanford still trying to get to level 4. He now has it. Electro Final Blow available for him.
And the rest of TNC is here. Oh, knock up onto 2.
There's the knock up. Minoan Fury right on target into the Netherrealm 2. Ryzen will fall alongside Hatred. And now still the battle going. Echo quite low themselves. Still get the healing on through. And Heads, the next target to fall as Echo comes out swinging. Now working on the turtle here. Super Yoshi has to flicker out. Sandy though has the answer as Echo wins big.
Great timing there by Sanji. It really looked like he was just counting Super Yoshi's flicker, so the moment he used it, Sanji just flickered forward and bang, a kill there into the Rafaela. That hurts more for TNC Pro Team. You saw how low the members of Echo were. TNC Pro Team, if they just had a little bit more, they could have fought out. But Echo, the moment they saw their Barretts, good catch there by JP. Able to use the Minoan Fury and then Despair Stomp, chaining the crowd control together to take that Barretts down. Since that Barretts went down quicker, that means TNC's team fight was faster, meaning that Echo had, well, all the time in the world to survive. You saw how low they were.
Yeah, and despite how Super Yoshi was there maintaining vision, I think he could have just went back or maintained distance, but it was too late for him to respond. But so far, that's just Echo trying to step on their early game and slowly building up momentum. And Sanji, how he wanted to capitalize on Shadow Stampedes, man, he's just pulling everybody out. But meanwhile, the Harith!
The damage once again. JP in position, gonna be spotted out though. The Nomad is protected here. We'll have Super Yoshi there as well, so Echo not gonna be able to follow up on that.
Is Nomad's name Nomad because it's demon backwards?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh.
Yes.
That's it. And now Super Yoshi, Holy Baptism will come down. Can't get away though. looked like he was trying, but didn't have the flicker available either. Now Heads, the 1v1 with Sanford. The whole sword battle, but down, Nomad. He took a little bit longer, but finally goes down.
Completely all in under the turret. Not a problem for Echo.
If game 2, TNC looked pissed off, now Echo look equally mad right now. Pure Comfort 6-0, 3K gold lead before 5 minutes. One more big loss and Echo has completely won the early game. TNC need to get something back here. Need to turn it around. If not, then they're gonna drop this.
But can they drop the turtle out of Echo? Heads right on the front line.
Jumping right in with Brave's Finder. Now Carl T's gonna be the one in trouble.
No retribution.
Hatred gets the kill. A great take here for TNC. They get the turtle, they get a kill, they're happy with it.
Yeah, great takedown as well. That was Carl Teasy.
Yeah, they needed that. Looked like that was a missile expert from the Barretts that actually sent Carl Teasy to no man's land, or it also looked like he wanted to get closer. But now TNC with a good rotation, forcing Sanford back. Problem is no minion wave, so they can't push out that turret in the bottom lane. Top lane already pushed out by Echo.
Okay, speaking of top lane, Harris freely roaming and just pushing out waves. Despite how Carl Teasy fell down, they wanted to bounce back with just macro mirror objectives out of the map because the focus right now could still be unknown because he switched lanes. Having that first skill up top slowly delays the possibility of the damage that they need for TNC's lineup.
Yeah, unique itemization here by Carl Teasy, actually rushing the blade armor so that he has a crit reduction up against that Bruno.
Okay. Can they fight back?
Oh, what a pull! Ryzen using the ultimate to get out of there right away, so big utility gone on the side of TNC.
Meanwhile, Nomad again.
Nomad
being pushed to a corner.
Oh, this is tough. There's not much he can do against this as he's taken down again in a similar fashion, this time on the bottom side.
They're fast.
Yeah, his name may be Demon backwards, but right now, everyone in Echo is the Demon of Nomad. No escape from them.
They're mad completely, want to take everything out of TNC as quickly as possible.
It's tough because when you're talking about anytime you see the Baksha, you know the rotations are going to be on point. The calling from Echo, they're the Express right now. That's exactly what they're doing. They're on the ride. And for TNC, Nomad especially struggling here. So you're almost in a position where it's like, all right, we got to at least protect Nomad so that doesn't keep happening time and time again. Man, they're really, I mean, even if they want to contest this turtle here, are they in the right position to do it?
Oh, good stun.
There it is. They get the stun out, but Echo wants to fight it. Zaman Force from Benny Cutie, forcing them back. They get the knock-up after knock-up. But TNC, even with the heals and the moves and grooves, they have to back off. And Sandy will get the pull with a stampede again. Meanwhile, Carl Teasy will work on that turtle.
They're not letting go of this one. That's a triple for Sanji.
Man, unfortunate actually. Even though Ryzen was able to get the Detonus welcome, Heads wanted to use the Bravest Fighter but just bumped into a fat side of the wall.
Even with the brilliance, they're still going to want this. Sanji is on fire right now, feeling big at 9-0-1.
What a dominating momentum that Echo has, and Sanji with his Faramis, they completely taken out food out of, well, Ryzen secured that, but looking at the macro-wise and everything out of TNC, they're pushing them to actually just continue to defend.
Yeah, Echo there. Everything went right after that turtle fight. And TNC Pro Team, going back to that point again, Heads really wanted to get that Bravest Fighter to land onto multiple members of Echo to force them to eat up damage as Ryzen was eating up one member of Echo. But the problem was Heads just couldn't get past that wall. He was stuck there. He still got the stun off, but they couldn't maximize that entry by TNC, and that just led to losses everywhere for Echo, for TNC. Right before that fight, Sanford was able to build up a key item in the Malefic Roar. So he had that damage.
Oh, Sanford actually not going to go away this time.
Stomped.
TNC able to get a kill there.
Out of position, looking for a way to trade some of the waves in down bottom. Meanwhile, Sanford may be looking for a way to reconnaissance out of TNC, but yeah, that was 3. Probably right now, Minds of TNC utilize what they can pick off out of Echo. And now slowly they're looking for a way to trade against Echo with his lead. 9 minutes in. Items showing up.
Oh wow, we rarely see this, but it's an enchanted talisman in the necklace of Durans for Sanji's Faramis, so that's just pure cooldown reduction that he's rushing. Interesting.
Yeah, and a great way to deplete defense out of TNC as well.
Anti-heal, mana regen, so this is just Echo, or Sanji specifically thinking, I never want to have to go back to base. I'll always have mana and I'll always have abilities ready.
Yep. Looks like Ryzen.
They're going to use it. Sanford, though, like the final blow, but here comes Sanji. Speaking of, NetherRealm going to be used. The connection comes in. Luminoyan Fury knocking them up. Nomad again the target. Super Yoshi will be able to survive, but they go in with Zaman Force and they can't find the kill to follow up. But Echo will now make their way towards the Lord.
A kill and a peel, and that's an orange taken away by TNC, and an objective open for Echo.
Echo, again, great coverage there. We're talking about the Faramis, and then he just came up just in time, but of course, JP as well on time with the Minoan Fury. This has gotten out of hand for TNC, already up to a Flask of the Oasis for the Minotaur. Echo can end it with the next siege if they play their cards right. Benny Cutie's been low-key for a good amount of the game. He's just been farming up. Already, he didn't build the Blood Wings. He went straight for the Holy Crystal. So that's quick damage already for this Harith, and only still up to a Berserker's Fury is this Bruno. Still trying to build into the Malefic Roar for the third item.
I think that's the biggest way to think on how the win possibility of TNC's late game will. Like, how will the damage penetration be a great way to pierce through JP? Because most of the things that he does right in the front line is that Minoan Fury and the knockup that he can do against TNC just gives out a lot of way to divert them out of the attention. But meanwhile, Carl TC got stunned!
Carl TC gonna get stunned, but in the backside, Sanji once
Oh,
again.
wow!
There, Nomad deleted off the map here, and now still holding it up the front side. JP will find more as Ryzen's the one to fall, and the Echo Express will continue on.
It's endable.
The finesse as the base is going to be worked on. They're still hungry for kills, but they'll end the game as they win 2-1.
San duo with the winning dive into the back, deleting the back line, and Echo 2-1's TNC. The window has closed even more for TNC's hopes to make it to the playoffs. They lost the series, but they have a point out of it. What a window for the Orcas. Express in full effect.
They're fast and they're furious. Echo denying a reverse sweep up against TNC. We've seen a better version of this team tonight, and we're happy to see it more in the possible matches they can have in MPL regular season, and that could mean something for this team. But for now, we're gonna bow it out.
Gonna take the bow here, but again, still lies on the matches tomorrow, exactly to find out where TNC sits. But as Renmar mentioned, the window has closed a little bit further, and we'll see exactly how tomorrow unfolds for their fate for the playoffs. But again, it was great to see how they adjusted in the series, but unfortunately this time, Echo, that was the full expression. And man, what a game for Sanji here.
Yeah. Sanji was on fire. San duo was on fire. Bendy Cutie was low-key, but he got the farm.
Amazing way for a comeback in game number 3. Now let's throw it over to the stage with Mara and Hans with Echo for the winning interview.
Congratulations to Echo. Let me hear it from you. Echo loud. Good job, guys. Ito naman kay Sanford. Sanford, kunin natin yung mic. So game 2, that was a really hard game for you guys. Paano nyo na-turn around and to dominate in game 3?
Ano lang po, tinanggal po namin yung mga cancer. Nakakainis po kalaban.
Ano yun? Ano yun?
Mga cancer po na nakakainis kalaban.
Like?
Yung mga masya po, ganun.
Okay. Tinanggal yung mga nakakainis na kalaban. Yun yung key para mag-dominate sila for Game 3.
Alam mo, Mara, kung nagtanggal sila, nagdagdag naman sila nung game number 2 kasi Julian is something that we haven't seen in a long time. In fact, Carl TZ, debut match niyan ngayon. Is there any reason behind it? At kung wala man, anong masasabi mo sa patch ngayon? Were there adjustments na ginawa nyo kagad or nangangapa pa ba kayo? How is Echo with this recent patch?
Tinatry din po namin mag-experiment ng ibang heroes din po para di kami paulit-ulit. Pero naka-answer kasi ng Masha eh.
Okay, yung Masha daw talaga.
Oo.
Yung Masha yung salarin. But they're trying to experiment.
Ayaw nila ng Masha.
Okay, pero at the same time, tough game din yung game number 2. And in addition, yung Lunox na ginamit ni Nomed, nilagay nila sa gold lane. Is it something that you guys were also expecting o bago ba yan sa inyo or is it something that madalas nyo na nakikita, especially in RG?
Sa mga scrims po kasi may mga gumagawa na din talaga ng pang lane sa Roger, yung mga lunok sa Harith. Kaya expected na rin po namin na pipikin nila.
Okay, so from their perspective, it's something na madalas na nilang makikita. But from our perspective, bihira lang nating nagagamit yan or bihira lang namin nakikita. Sanford, we're gonna bring the floor back to you. Tinanong ko kasi yung kabila.
Si Ryzen.
Tinanong ko yung kabila. Meron kasing mga blooms doon. Just in case lang. Sino bang bias mo sa Bini?
Sa Bini.
Si Mika po.
Si Mika.
Okay,
si Mika. Kindly give us an explanation why.
Wala lang po, ang angas niya po eh.
Maangas.
Kasi complete the line. Feels like summer.
Altitude.
When I'm with
Hindi
you.
ko na-expect na galing sa'yo yun, Hindi ko
Feels like
na-expect.
summer when I'm with you.
When I'm with you. When I'm with you. Di ko po alam eh.
Oh.
Parang islang pantropiko.
Alam mo naman pala eh. Now, ang ating Game 3 MVP, congratulations to Sanji! Sanji, okay, anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans? Shoutout mo naman sila.
Shoutout po sa mga fans na sumusuporta pa rin po sa amin. And sa girlfriend ko po na laging nakasuporta.
Hello to girlfriend. All right, congratulations to Echo. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations once again to Echo. They know how to bounce back. Tinanggal nila yung mga cancer na nakakainis tulad ng Masha.
You know, I'm curious to see kung ano bang gagawin nila dun sa Masha and with the rest of other heroes. Lalo na, they have a lot of games to prepare bago yung playoffs and they really want to secure possibly yung top spot natin.
And I'm curious as to what other heroes might come back, like Julian. Tingnan natin kung ano nga bang sabihin ng ating mga casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara and Hans. I was making the combo name out of my head.
Hara and Mans.
Yeah, Hara, whatever. They're a good duo. Now going back to that interview.
Framar.
It's Sanford. It's Sanford. Everybody even on that winning interview. My goodness, it's just Echo going back to the Express, Renmar.
Yeah, MVP of the game, will it be the Faramis? It was Sanji. 9-0-5 KDA. And again, unique itemization there going into the Necklace of Durans, Enchanted Talisman combo together. Going for the Quantum Charge also, so that he can actually be able to reposition a little bit of a heal with that basic attack. So this was a Faramis that didn't need to go back to base as much as possible. He'll always have the mana regen available, and then he'll just maximize what he can with his passive to get back the heals. The mission for Sanji was simple: be available for Echo for whatever the heck happens, and he was. And Echo just continued it with the Baksha, the Faramis together, and of course the Minotaur as well with the Concussive Blast. They have great control of the mid. They go back to the main idea with their early game in game number 1. Fast wave clear mid, rotate, pressure the jungle, pressure the sides. It was that over and over again. And because of Nomad being dove often throughout, those 2 kills really ruined his ability to farm up there because of Faramis's ability to encourage the team to just be aggressive, dive under tower if you need to. 93% kill participation, and Echo just played around Sanji's Faramis really well. You see, this was one of the fights that showed it. Great entry, JP flickered the Spare Stomp combo to reach it, and then the Minoan Fury as well. And to top it all off, Sanji also had the Netherrealm available for Echo to use so that they can be aggressive and win this one out. TNC Pro Team, similar to what happened in the game number 1, just couldn't get the tempo that they needed to. And to add to that, it was even Sanji and Sanford, the San duo, to get that key play to win the game, wherein they just dove the back line. You saw Sanji and Sanford melt that Nomad down, and I believe also Hatred as well, or one more member of TNC Pro Team that was in the back line. With their entry, the combo, the Ghost Bursters, and the Electo final blow, plus the Shadow Slash coming out of the Benedetta, Echo just played to their comfort, and that was the idea here. They got their comfort heroes, they timed it so well. TNC Pro Team, again, they may have a problem with the Rafaela pick, but it was just a question of who can sustain longer, and the answer was Echo, because they had the tankier front line overall and then just the better early game. Even if this was a little bit matched out, not to say it would have been impossible for TNC, but it would have been a very competitive game. It wouldn't be a sure thing that TNC Pro Team would be winning out fights. But Echo, because of the control that they had and the lead that they had, they didn't let go. We're starting to see another trend rising here now, especially after this day number 1, with the changes to the physical defense and magic defense growth that we're seeing from the roamers. We're actually seeing a lot of key figures build more components before they start building the full items. Like, for example, JP built the steel leg plates first, and then he'd be going into full building items. He wouldn't necessarily turn that into a dominance ice because the man just wants to get that extra physical defense. We saw that from his Kaja in game number 1, and we saw bits and pieces of that all throughout the day. But again, going back into this game, TNC Pro Team, it looks like they're a mid lane Lunox. Even though they had a little bit more of they had a better chance here, they were just out-rotated in terms of the speed that they can dish out the Baksha, the Faramis, and then the Minotaur together with a concussive blast. Again, the Rafaela pick made a lot of sense, could work, but it would have had a difficult time really, and TNC decided to take that difficult route, and they take the L against Echo in game number 3.
Thank you so much, Renmar, for that breakdown. And that heat map was so important for how Echo wanted to maintain the momentum, even the rotation against the NC Pro Team. And once again, they couldn't completely deny the reverse sweep. And Carl T's even admitted, yeah, Masha against Julian, nah, I think that's a very hard struggle for that Julian to actually pull through that game.
Well, I hope to see more of it.
Yeah.
Again, I really want to see more diversity in the jungler positions here for the heroes, especially now that, again, we have to consider the fact that even teams, of course, are still kind of adjusting on exactly what they can bring to the table for these lineups here.
Yeah, there have been players like all throughout the world that I've been hearing. A lot of people are spamming Ling more often now because they really feel like you can bring Ling back. We saw Ling in MTL Philippines too.
Ling, Lancelot, name all the assassins that you can get. Maybe, who knows, it actually show up. Once again, it has been us, the We Bear Bros, Naisu and Renmar OSX here. We'll be back tomorrow for another action in MPL Philippines.
Isa na namang koponan ang nakaselyo na kanilang playoff spot ngayong araw, Hans.
Mad props to Minana Evos because from fighting healers to the surprise comeback na Haze at Perxiva, sobrang ganda ng ipinakita at ipapakita pa ng Hukbo this season.
Pero sabi ko nga, nagsisimula pa lang ang laban dahil bukod sa may playoffs pa, may isang slot pang natitira na paglalaban-laban ng ating tatlong teams.
Well, may 2 araw pa tayo, Mara. So, malay mo, bago matapos ang linggo, kumpleto na ang lahat ng playoff teams natin.
Sabay-sabay natin alamin yan dahil bukas 3 laban muli ang ating matutunghayan. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino.
At ako naman si Hans Galeria.
Nagpapaalalang, magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban. Para sa tagumpay! Keep it good vibes, everybody!
And see you tomorrow!